Chapter 1. The mountain was bare. The grass was withered. There weren't even many trees. There was only a simple and crude village made of wood. Strictly speaking, this was just a desolate mountain. Even the birds that passed by didn't want to linger. Sigh. Qin Shujian was bored to death as he sat on a large rock. Beside him was a large saber that was chipped in a few places. Coupled with the patched clothes on his body and the holes in his straw sandals on his feet, he looked like he was about to die. He looked more like a beggar than a bandit. But he was really a bandit. No, to be precise, he was a bandit. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, ordinary bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Level 1 of Body Forging Scripture, 5 levels in total, Mortal Level. Low Grade, Equipment, Broken Sword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. This was Qin Shujian's current status panel. When he first came to this world, he thought that he had been reborn. But after a day of learning, Qin Shujian finally realized that he had become an NPC in the game. As for why he was so sure, because at the bottom right of the status panel, there was a countdown timer that kept ticking. 2 days, 15 hours, 23 minutes, 41 seconds until the arrival of the players. Sigh. Seeing this, Qin Shujian let out a long sigh. The players were coming. And his current identity, no matter how he looked at it, looked like a cannon fodder NPC in the newbie village. He existed specifically to give experience to the newbie players. Killed, resurrected, killed again, resurrected again. Qin Shujian suddenly remembered the scene when he was playing the game. At that time, he didn't feel much about those cannon fodder NPCs. But now that his identity had changed, he deeply felt this kind of sorrow. Wait. Qin Shujian's face suddenly froze. He seemed to have overlooked something. And that was, his body's original identity was indeed an NPC, but now it had been taken over by someone else, and it was completely replaced. In this way, it was unknown whether he could be resurrected or not. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly quivered and jumped up from the big rock. No, this won't do. What if he can't be revived? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? There are still more than 2 days left. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths as he looked at the countdown timer on his attribute panel. It was as if he was looking at his own death timer. It wasn't easy for him to live again. Even if he was an NPC, it was still better than completely disappearing. Even if I have to be an NPC, I will never be a cannon fodder NPC. Qin Shujian silently set a flag for himself. If he didn't want to be a cannon fodder NPC, he would have to increase his level, his strength. Only then would he be able to get out of this awkward situation. This game didn't have the level system that he was familiar with. Instead, it adopted a different division of realms. As for the so-called body tempering scripture, Qin Shujian discovered that there was indeed such a cultivation method in his mind. However, that was only a superficial method of tempering one's body. It needed to rely on the accumulation of tempering over a long period of time. There was no possibility of a quick breakthrough in a short period of time. However, Qin Shujian also had his own thoughts. Since it was a game, he definitely couldn't do without killing NPCs to level up. As for where to kill NPCs, Qin Shujian glanced at the people walking around him and smiled slightly. He was currently in a nest of NPCs. There was no need for him to search. The only problem was, he himself was an NPC. Would he be able to obtain something like experience points or leveling up by killing his own kind? Qin Shujian bent down and picked up the broken broadsword on the big rock. He walked toward a bandit who was dressed similarly to him. At the same time, the bandit's attributes appeared in his mind. Name, Zhong Ergo. Identity, ordinary bandit. Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, Level 1 of Basic Martial Arts Cultivation Method, Body Tempering Scripture, Level 1. Apart from the name, everything else was exactly the same as Qin Shujian's. He didn't know if it was because of the game's characteristics or because the other bandits were in the same camp as him. In any case, as long as Qin Shujian wanted to, he would be able to see through the other party's attributes. Even if he couldn't see through the attributes completely, he could at least get a general idea. When Qin Shujian approached the bandit, the other party was still standing in the same spot. His eyes were looking outside, and he stood there motionless like a piece of wood. Qin Shujian also tried to communicate with these people. In the end, the result was, apart from him, these bandits were no different from the cannon fodder NPCs in his impression. They didn't know how to converse and had no intelligence. Every day, they ate and rested on time, stood guard and patrolled. It was as if everything was going according to the settings. Brother. Qin Shujian patted the other party's shoulder. Zhong Ergu turned to look at him, then turned around again. A big hand suddenly covered his mouth, and then he was forcefully dragged behind a big rock. Qin Shujian looked at Zhong Ergu, who was struggling instinctively with his hands and feet covered by Qin Shujian's hand. Zhong Ergu's eyes seemed to be filled with confusion. Qin Shujian's gaze hardened, and he immediately raised the knife in his hand. Although the broadsword was badly damaged, it was still abnormally sharp. Poochie, a light sound was heard. It was the sound of a blade piercing into flesh. Zhong Ergu was immediately pierced through. Blood flowed out from the wound. Then, a warm current rose from the broadsword and flowed into Qin Shujian's body. Thump. Qin Shujian's legs gave way and he staggered to the ground. His chest rose and fell violently, and his face was faintly pale. Murder. He killed someone. Looking at Zhong Ergu, who died with his eyes wide open, and the broadsword in his chest, the dark red blood was particularly eye-catching. Qin Shujian didn't expect that killing an NPC would be so realistic. For a moment, he almost thought that he wasn't in a game, and that he wasn't killing an NPC, but a real person. Fortunately, without waiting for Qin Shujian to be surprised for too long, Zhong Ergu's body slowly disappeared under his eyes. All that was left was the damaged broadsword. The moment it lost its support, it fell to the ground. Bang! The sound of the broadsword hitting the ground made Qin Shujian come back to his senses. Seeing this scene, he let out a long sigh of relief. His deathly pale face recovered a lot. Not bad. Although it was a bit too realistic, at least my guess was correct. If he really had to kill someone, Qin Shujian didn't have the guts, but it was impossible for him to not even frown and directly raise his blade. Putting down his worried heart, Qin Shujian finally remembered the warm current that had just surged up. He immediately checked his stats. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Liangshan Stronghold Realm, First Stage of the Basic Realm Cultivation Method, Body Tempering Scripture First Stage, plus, total of 5 stages, Mortal Level Low Grade, Source of Life, 1 Equipment, Damaged Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. The stats panel was still the same as before. The only difference was that there was an additional Source of Life attribute. In addition, there was a plus sign behind the first stage of the Body Tempering Scripture. Seeing the plus sign, Qin Shujian's mind couldn't help but move. He subconsciously tapped it. 1 point of life was instantly reset to 0. Under the cultivation method, the words Body Tempering Scripture also distorted. Then, a wave of power surged from his body, as if some subtle changes had occurred. Chapter 2. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Liangshan Stronghold Realm, Second Stage of the Basic Realm Cultivation Method, Body Tempering Scripture, Second Stage, total of 5 stages, Mortal Level Low Grade, Life Source, 0 Equipment, Broken Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. 1 point of life source was directly reset to 0. His Body Tempering Scripture had changed from the first stage to the second stage. His realm had also changed from the first stage of the Basic Realm to the second stage of the Basic Realm. My strength has roughly doubled. Picking up the broken broadsword from the ground, Qin Shujian weighed it in his hand and found that it was much lighter than before. His originally skinny arms were now faintly bulging with muscles. Afterward, he stretched on the spot and had a clearer understanding of his body. Every aspect of my body seems to have improved to a certain extent, but it's not as obvious as the increase in strength. Pinching the muscles on his body, he found that the skin on the surface also had some toughness. This was the effect of increasing the Body Tempering Scripture by 1 stage. The body tempering scripture was similar to the Liangshan strongholds cultivation method. Up until now, all the NPCs Qin Shujian had encountered had cultivated this cultivation method. As for the function of the body tempering scripture, as the name suggests, it was to temper the body. To temper the body and nourish the strength. When one reached the 5th stage of the body tempering scripture, one would be able to spread the strength throughout one's body. Every move would be able to explode with the strongest power. As for the mortal level low grade in the body tempering scripture, Qin Shujian guessed that it should be the level of this cultivation method. According to normal theory, this was the lowest level. Above it, there should be something like mortal level middle grade, mortal level high grade, and so on. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you not seen pigs run? Qin Shujian knew a bit about these normal otherworldly, game theories. As for the life source, killing a Zhong-Ergu NPC gave me an extra life source attribute. It should be something that can only be obtained by killing NPCs. I just don't know if I can obtain it by killing players. Qin Shujian's mind turned. Consuming one life source to increase the body tempering scripture by 1 stage. Increasing the realm by 1 stage is the same as directly increasing 1 level. If this is the case, leveling up in this game is quite easy. After all, in this cold mountain stronghold, these non-intelligent NPCs shouldn't think that their companions are trying to harm them. I wonder if Zhong-Ergu has already respawned? All of a sudden, his thoughts drifted away again. Suddenly, Qin Shujian shook his head. There was no point in thinking about this now. The most important thing now was to find a way to raise his body tempering scripture to the 5th level. That way, he would be able to raise his strength to a higher level before the players arrived. That way, he would be able to get rid of his identity as a cannon fodder. He had set a general goal for the short future. Qin Shujian walked out from behind the boulder with the broken broadsword in his hand. Coincidentally, another patrolling bandit walked over from afar. Qin Shujian also walked towards the other party openly. Like Zhong-Ergu, this patrolling bandit was not wary of Qin Shujian at all. Even when he got close, he only glanced at him briefly before passing by. When the patrolling bandit had his back to him, Qin Shujian grabbed his nose and mouth with one hand and his throat with the other. Then, he dragged him behind the boulder. His cultivation had increased to the 2nd level of the martial realm, and his strength had doubled. The patrolling bandit was only at the 1st level of the martial realm. In front of Qin Shujian, it was impossible for him to resist. He was easily dragged over. He did the same thing. His hand rose and the broadsword fell. Blood splattered again. The patrolling bandit fell to the ground with a puzzled look on his face. This time, Qin Shujian had experience. When he saw the bloody scene again, although his face was still a little pale, it was not to the point where he staggered and fell to the ground. However, this scene was too real. It was so real that the thick smell of blood continuously entered Qin Shujian's breath. He could only say in his heart, "This is not real. This is only a game. I only killed an NPC." He comforted himself with these words. He familiarly checked his status panel: name, Qin Shujian identity, ordinary bandit affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, 2nd level of the martial realm cultivation method, body forging scripture 2nd level, total of 5 levels, mortal level low grade, source of life, 1 equipment, damaged broadsword, tattered shirt, tattered pants, tattered straw sandals. Just as Qin Shujian thought, the source of life increased by 1 point for every NPC he killed. However, Qin Shujian looked at the cultivation method column and frowned deeply. The plus sign that he expected did not appear this time. This also meant that the body forging scripture could not be upgraded this time. Previously, 1 point of life was enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 level. Now that I have 1 point of life, I can't upgrade it again. Is it because the amount of life is not enough, or it can't be upgraded continuously? Qin Shujian thought to himself. If it was the first reason, then it would be fine. At worst, he could just kill a few more NPCs. In any case, he did not think that killing an NPC would be enough to upgrade the body forging scripture by 1 level. If it was that easy, then he would only need to kill a few bandits and the body forging scripture would be maxed out. But if it was the second reason, then things would be a little troublesome. Because what he lacked the most now was time. If there was a so-called cooldown time for every upgrade, then it was really bad news. When the bandit on the ground disappeared, Qin Shujian made up his mind to continue testing his conjecture. One must know that any hypothesis had to be tested in practice. Fortunately, Cold Mountain Stronghold did not have anything else but enough bandits. There were at least 50 bandits gathered in the small mountain. Soon, Qin Shujian left the place. The disappearance of the 2 bandits did not seem to have attracted the attention of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Or rather, no one knew that the 2 bandits had gone missing. Not long after, Qin Shujian encountered another bandit who was patrolling the mountain alone. With the previous 2 successful experiences, he already had a lot of confidence. There were no surprises. Almost as if he was familiar with the route, he forcefully dragged the lone bandit to a place that blocked his view. Then, he decisively finished him off. After finishing off the bandit, Qin Shujian checked his attributes again. Just as he had expected, his vitality had increased from 1 point to 2. But in the cultivation method column, the second level of the body forging scripture was still there alone. There were no changes. The expected plus sign did not appear. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He could only attribute this to the lack of vitality. After all, he did not want to admit that there was a cooldown time for upgrading the body forging scripture. After suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he immediately chose his next target. 1, 2. Every time Qin Shujian killed a bandit, he would check his own attributes. When he found that there were no changes, he would continue to look for the next bandit. When he killed the 4th bandit, Qin Shujian checked his attributes again. Finally, his expression changed. Chapter 3. Name, Qin Shujian Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, Second Layer of the Martial Realm Cultivation Method, Body Forging Scripture Second Layer, plus, total of 5 layers, Mortal Level Low Grade, Source of Life, 5 Equipment, Damaged Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. After his Source of Life reached 5 points, there was finally a plus sign behind the second layer of the Body Forging Scripture. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian used his consciousness to click on it. The 5 points of life were directly reset to 0. 1. The words of the second layer of the body forging scripture transformed into the third layer in his mind. His realm also went from the second layer of the martial realm to the third layer of the martial realm. A warm current surged from his body and instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. His qi and blood also started to boil slightly. At this moment, the space between his flesh and blood seemed to have become closer. His originally somewhat pale skin now had a bronze color. My strength has doubled from the original foundation. Qin Shujian felt as if he had practiced the body forging scripture for many years and was familiar with the third layer of the body forging scripture. He felt as if he knew every inch of his body's improvement like the back of his hand. His strength had doubled from his original foundation. This was a significant improvement. One had to know. When he advanced from the first layer of the martial realm to the second layer of the martial realm, his strength had doubled. Now that he had advanced from the second layer of the martial realm to the third layer of the martial realm, his strength had doubled again. In this way, his strength had increased by more than 4 times from the beginning. Furthermore, the increase in strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After breaking through to the third layer of the martial realm, Qin Shujian suddenly had a premonition that even if he faced those bandits head-on, less than 10 of them would not be a threat to him. Apart from that, after advancing to the third layer of the martial realm, all aspects of my body have also improved. Although it is not as obvious as the doubling of my strength, it is still not a small improvement. After briefly familiarizing himself with the condition of his body, Qin Shujian once again looked at his status panel. The source of life column had been reset to 0. From the first layer of the body forging scripture to the second layer of the body forging scripture, only 1 point of life is needed. Body tempering scripture stage 2 to body tempering scripture stage 3 requires 5 life force. The difference is a total of 5 times. After careful calculation, Qin Shujian felt a toothache. If it really was a five-fold increase, then even if he killed all the bandits in the Cold Mountain Stockade, he might not be able to reach the 5th level of the body forging scripture. However, Qin Shujian felt that it was only natural after learning about the increase in strength brought about by advancing to the next level. Otherwise, the difficulty of this game would be too easy. The 3rd layer of the body tempering scripture corresponds to the 3rd layer of the basic realm. Then, the 5th layer of the body tempering scripture should correspond to the 5th layer of the basic realm. If that's the case, then at the 5th stage of the basic martial realm, he would be able to fight against 100 people. Qin Shujian secretly guessed. That was 16 times the strength of a 1st stage basic realm cultivator. However, these were all hypotheses and could not be taken seriously. After knowing that there was no cooldown time for upgrading the body tempering sutra and that there was only a requirement for life force, Qin Shujian felt comforted. Wasn't it just life force? There were so many bandits in the Cold Mountain Stockade. Before he killed them all, there was no need to consider this problem. After all, he was only at the 3rd stage of the basic realm. There was no need to consider the 5th stage of the basic realm. As a person, one must be down to earth. One step at a time, one must become bigger and stronger. This was the absolute principle. After his strength reached the 3rd stage of the basic realm, Qin Shujian felt that he could be considered an expert in the Cold Mountain Stockade. At the very least, those NPCs at the 1st stage of the basic realm would not be able to pose any threat to him. In order to obtain more life force, waiting for more to come was not realistic. Moreover, if too many bandits died, it would attract the attention of the Cold Mountain Stockade master. After all, a stockade had a stockade master. And the stockade master was the most powerful NPC in the stockade. Although Qin Shujian had not personally seen the Cold Mountain stockade master, he knew that the stockade master was not someone these NPCs at the 1st stage of the basic realm could compare with. I must increase my strength as much as possible before the Cold Mountain stockade master discovers me. This way, even if I'm discovered, I can at least escape if I can't defeat him. After making up his mind, Qin Shujian decided to take the initiative to attack. Previously, when he was fighting the NPCs one by one, the efficiency was too slow. There were only 2 more days until the players arrived. If he continued to waste time, he might die. Soon, Qin Shujian did not walk for long before he saw 3 bandits. 2 of them were patrolling bandits, while the other one was standing guard. When he quickly approached them, Qin Shujian did not hesitate. The large saber in his hand carried a fierce gust of wind as it directly chopped at the neck of one of the patrolling bandits. With 4 times the strength of a normal bandit, the broken large saber in his hand was as light as a feather. The speed at which he attacked with the saber was many times faster. The patrolling bandit did not even have time to react before his neck was chopped by the saber. Bang! A large head flew up, accompanied by a spray of blood. The sudden change of events caused the other patrolling bandit and the one standing guard to be unable to react in time. But soon after, the eyes of the 2 bandits flashed with an ominous glint. Even if they were not very intelligent, they could still understand the situation in front of them. Just as they were about to attack, Qin Shujian was already 1 step ahead of them. He took a big stride forward and swung his large saber at an angle. The saber was extremely fast, and it directly chopped at the shoulder of the other patrolling bandit. The blade of the saber cut through the shoulder and directly cut 3 inches below the throat. Ah! After a short scream, the patrolling bandit immediately fell to the ground and died. At this moment, the other patrolling bandit had already swung his large saber at him. Qin Shujian immediately pulled out his saber and met the attack head-on. Bang! Bang! The 2 sabers collided, creating sparks. The large saber in the hands of the patrolling bandit was directly knocked away. Then, Qin Shujian swung his saber again and directly chopped the patrolling bandit to death. At this moment, in less than 10 seconds, the 3 bandits had died. With the strength of a 3rd stage of the martial realm, he was able to single-handedly suppress these bandits who were only in the 1st stage of the martial realm. Qin Shujian was slightly out of breath. After killing 3 bandits in one breath, he was not completely exhausted. However, This short exchange allowed him to once again have a clear understanding of his strength. Seeing that the fallen bandits had disappeared, Qin Shujian, who had obtained 3 points of life, was in a good mood. He held the large saber in his hand and continued to search for his next target. Not long after, another bandit appeared in his line of sight. Qin Shujian did not hesitate at all. He directly raised his saber and chopped at them. No, it should be chopped at NPCs. Chapter 4. Name, Qin Shujian Identity, Ordinary Bandit Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, 4th stage of the Basic Realm Cultivation Method, Body Tempering Scripture 4th stage, total of 5 stages, Mortal Level Low Quality, Source of Life, 2 Equipment, Damaged Broadsword, Tattered Shirt, Tattered Pants, Tattered Straw Sandals. After his Source of Life reached 25 points, Qin Shujian reached the 4th stage of the Basic Realm as he wished. However, he discovered that his strength didn't double this time. It only increased by about 30 to 40%. His original assumption that his strength would double for every stage he reached was no longer true. After his strength increased, he had no choice but to stop after killing 2 more bandits. It wasn't because Qin Shujian had a change of heart. Ever since he didn't treat the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold as human beings, he didn't feel anything after killing so many of them. Of course, it wasn't because he had killed all the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. In reality, considering the number of bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold, he had only killed half of them at most. The real reason why Qin Shujian stopped was, when he killed the 33rd bandit, he received a notification in his mind. Due to your wanton slaughter of the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold, you have attracted the attention of the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Wu Sheng. The entire Cold Mountain Stronghold is under martial law and is searching for the murderer. Note: once you kill the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold again, you will completely expose yourself. After your identity is exposed, you will be expelled from the Cold Mountain Stronghold and become a wandering NPC. You will also be hunted down by the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's strength far surpasses the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. Please note, after receiving these 4 system notifications, Qin Shujian had no choice but to stop for the time being. The system specifically reminded him twice about the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Obviously, the other party's strength couldn't be underestimated. Qin Shujian didn't plan on attacking the other bandits before he understood the background of the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, Wu Sheng. He didn't know what the consequences of being expelled from the Cold Mountain Stronghold and becoming a wandering NPC would be. However, Qin Shujian guessed that it wouldn't be a good outcome. At least, before he figured it out, he didn't plan on taking risks. Next, let's go and see the master of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Qin Shujian thought for a while and made a decision. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. If he continued on like this, there was a high chance that he would run into Mount Liang's fort master. It was a good opportunity to probe the other party's background. If he really couldn't win, then he would make other plans. If the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's strength was average, then don't blame him for turning hostile. Liangshan village was not big. They were surrounded by steep cliffs that were difficult to climb. There was only one path leading up the mountain. There were many strange rocks on the mountain, and the only place suitable for building a city was a small area near the top of the mountain. Although Liangshan Stronghold was called a stronghold, it actually only consisted of a dozen or so wooden houses that were grouped together to enclose this piece of land. In the middle of Liangshan Stronghold was a simple and crude hall. On the brown plaque, 3 words were written in a slanted manner. Loyalty Hall. Seeing these 3 words, Qin Shujian was also stunned. There was no other reason for this. It was because these words were too familiar. He didn't know if it was because mountain bandits and robbers all thought that they were loyal and righteous. There were no mountain bandits guarding the Loyalty Hall. Perhaps it was because Qin Shujian was a mountain bandit, so no one stopped him. After entering the Loyalty Hall, the interior was not big. There were only a few tables and chairs placed on the left and right sides. In the center was a wooden table and chair covered with a layer of unknown beast skin. A tall and sturdy man was sitting there. Unlike the shabby clothes that ordinary mountain bandits wore, the tall and sturdy man was wearing a complete set of satin. Beside him was a large saber that was half the height of a person. The edge of the saber was emitting a faint cold light. Even though he was just sitting there motionlessly, there seemed to be a ferocious aura coming from him. Mount Liang's fort master. Qin Shujian recognized the other party's identity at first glance. His attributes appeared in his mind at the same time. Name, Wu Sheng. Identity, Mount Liang's fort master. Affiliation, Mount Liang's fort. Cultivation, Martial Realm Stage 4-inch HM? Seeing this, Qin Shujian was also surprised. When he looked at the mountain bandit before, his attributes were completely displayed. But now, when he looked at Wu Sheng, only half of his attributes were displayed. As for the cultivation method below, it was completely absent. When he saw Wu Sheng, his suspended heart gradually calmed down. Martial Realm Stage 4. To be honest, this was somewhat outside of his expectations. It wasn't because it was too high. It was because it was too low. In Qin Shujian's original guess, Wu Sheng was very likely to be in the 5th stage of the basic martial realm, or even higher. But now that he was at the 4th stage of the martial realm, he was at the same level as him. This was obviously good news. Wu Sheng also saw Qin Shujian arrive. He glared at him with a pair of fierce eyes and his voice was not very friendly. "What are you doing here?" He recognized this person. He was a mountain bandit and could be considered one of his own. What left a deep impression on him was the other party's name. He seemed to be called Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian. For Wu Sheng, this name was somewhat difficult to remember. It was also not very pleasant to hear. It was far less pleasant than the other bandit names like Zhong Ergu, Li Guo, and Wang Gaodan. In addition, there seemed to be a problem in Mount Liang's fort today. Quite a few mountain bandits had disappeared, but he couldn't find the reason. This matter made Wu Sheng even angrier. Now that he saw Qin Shujian, his mood was naturally not good. Qin Shujian secretly coughed and said mysteriously, "Fort Master, I know the reason why the other brothers disappeared." Wu Sheng's expression froze. He immediately said urgently, "Speak quickly." Wu Sheng's reaction slightly surprised Qin Shujian. According to the reactions of the other mountain bandits in Mount Liang's fort, he thought that Wu Sheng was similar to the other mountain bandits and should be an NPC without much intelligence. But now that he had exchanged a few words with him, he saw the rich changes in his expression. Wu Sheng seemed to be different from the other mountain bandit NPCs. In a sense, he was more like a person. "Today, when I was patrolling the mountain, I just happened to see," as he spoke, Qin Shujian walked step by step toward Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng didn't react. Instead, his attention was focused on Qin Shujian's words. "What did you see?" "Look, a saber." The saber in Qin Shujian's hand suddenly slashed toward Wu Sheng's head. When Wu Sheng came back to his senses, he just happened to see the sharp saber light slashing toward him. "Impudent." Wu Sheng was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he grabbed the tiger-headed saber beside him and raised it to block. Qin Shujian held the saber with both hands. The muscles on his arms bulged. He pushed the strength of the 4th stage of the martial realm to the limit and poured it all into the saber. Wu Sheng was also in the 4th stage of the martial realm. However, blocking was only a temporary measure. He didn't use much strength. Clang. The two sabers collided, creating a loud sound. Wu Sheng's arm trembled. The web between his thumb and forefinger was instantly shattered. He couldn't hold the tiger-headed saber in his hand and it fell to the ground. Just as Qin Shujian wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill Wu Sheng, the saber suddenly broke in the middle. Only half of the saber remained in his hand. This sudden turn of events clearly startled him. Then, he immediately reacted. The half of the saber stabbed forward. Wu Sheng also used all his strength and fell to the side of the chair. Poochie, the half of the saber pierced into Wu Sheng's shoulder. "Ah!" Wu Sheng cried out in pain. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Die." Qin Shujian's eyes hardened. He didn't waste time pulling out the saber. Instead, he released the saber in his hand and punched Wu Sheng with all his strength. When someone in the fourth stage of the martial realm attacked with all his strength, even his fist had the strength of 400 to 500 pounds. Although it was a simple punch, it was actually like a heavy hammer. There was no pattern to it. Qin Shujian's fists rained down on Wu Sheng's head and face. At first, Wu Sheng was still able to resist. However, as time passed, he could only passively take the beating. He screamed while enduring Qin Shujian's blows. Until finally, the screams gradually died down. Qin Shujian only stopped when there were no more sounds coming from the back. He panted heavily. Chapter 5. In the main hall. The tables and chairs were broken, and the floor was a mess. Wu Sheng was lying on the floor, covered in blood. His face was still glaring, and his chest was not moving up and down. Dead. The chief of Mount Liang's stronghold was dead. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths. The reason why he was able to kill Wu Sheng so easily was because Wu Sheng was not on guard against him. Furthermore, Wu Sheng did not expect that a small bandit would be as strong as him. He had lost the initiative from the start, so it was natural for him to be defeated. All of a sudden, after catching his breath, Qin Shujian seemed to have come to his senses. He immediately picked up the large saber that Wu Sheng dropped on the floor. When he touched it, he felt a heavy weight. In his mind, he received the system's notification. Obtained the Grade 9 Refined Weapon Tiger Head Saber. As expected, when the system's notification appeared, Qin Shujian muttered to himself. Since it was a game, killing monsters and getting items was the right way to go. When he killed those bandits, firstly, they did not have anything valuable on them, and secondly, he did not think of this problem. However, the tiger head saber that Wu Sheng dropped was not something a normal bandit's broken saber could compare to. After putting the tiger head saber to the side, Qin Shujian looked at Wu Sheng's corpse, and his eyes lit up. After searching for a while, Wu Sheng's corpse suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there. The blood on the floor also disappeared without a trace. Only the broken tables and chairs remained in their original state. In Qin Shujian's hands, there were 2 wrinkled books and a black iron token. One was the mortal level low-level body tempering scripture. The other was the mortal level middle-level black tiger saber technique. In addition, there were 2 simple words engraved on the iron token. Mount Liang. Through the system's notification, Qin Shujian knew that this was the Mount Liang Stronghold Chief's token. If he used it, he could replace Wu Sheng's position and become the new chief of Mount Liang Stronghold. However, Qin Shujian's attention was not on the token, but on the 2 secret manuals in his hands. When he was about to flip open the body forging scripture, he received a prompt in his mind. Do you want to use body forging scripture? Qin Shujian ignored him and flipped open the cover of the body forging scripture. Immediately after, the body forging scripture manual turned into white light and disappeared. Some familiar memories appeared in his mind again. These memories were everything recorded in the body forging scripture. It was no different from the body tempering scripture that he had learned before. This also meant that this secret manual was completely wasted. Qin Shujian did not feel that it was a pity to use up the body forging scripture. Instead, he turned his attention to the other black tiger saber technique. Similarly, when he placed his palm on the cover, the system prompt appeared. This time, Qin Shujian did not open it. Instead, he silently selected yes. The black tiger saber technique transformed into a beam of white light that was denser than before and disappeared. At the same time, Qin Shujian also obtained everything related to the black tiger saber technique. Mid-grade mortal tier black tiger saber technique. There were a total of 3 moves and 18 styles. The 3 moves were Ferocious Tiger Descends the Mountain, Shocking 100 Li, and Ferocious Tiger Turns Around. Within each move, there were 6 subtle changes. After completely digesting the black tiger saber technique, Qin Shujian finally understood how powerful this martial art was. He also understood that it was a fluke that he was able to kill Wu Sheng. Because, from the beginning to the end, Wu Sheng did not have the opportunity to use the black tiger saber technique. Without any reason, he once again checked his own attributes: name, Qin Shujian identity, Ordinary Mountain Bandit Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, 4th stage of the Martial Realm Cultivation Method, Body Forging Scripture 4th layer, total of 5 layers, Mortal Tier Low Grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, plus, Beginner, Mortal Tier Middle Grade, Life Source, 18 Equipment, 9th Grade Sharp Weapon, Tiger Head Saber, Damaged Broadsword, Tattered Jacket, Tattered Trousers, Tattered Straw Sandals. In the Cultivation Method column, there was an additional Black Tiger Saber Technique. From the original 2 points to the current 18 points, the extra 16 points were obviously contributed by Wu Sheng. Normal bandits contribute 1 life source, but Wu Sheng contributed 16. It seems that not everyone contributes the same amount of life source, but it is related to the change in strength. The stronger the monster, the more life force it can provide. Qin Shujian already had a preliminary understanding of the source of life. The Black Tiger Saber Technique was somewhat different from the Body Forging Scripture. After that, there were no restrictions on the number of levels. Instead, there was an additional threshold. When he saw the plus sign behind the Black Tiger Saber Technique, Qin Shujian knew that it was the same as the Body Tempering Scripture. It could be improved through life force. However, he did not immediately upgrade the Black Tiger Saber Technique. Instead, his gaze landed on the token. It was the Cold Mountain Stronghold's Stronghold Master's token. This wasn't a simple item. After all, if he used the token, he could directly become the master of Cold Mountain Stronghold, replacing Wu Sheng's original position. This also meant that it was very likely that he would directly take over all the bandits under the Cold Mountain Stronghold. According to his calculations, even if he captured all the bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold, it was unlikely that he would be able to upgrade the Body Tempering Scripture to the 5th stage. If that was the case, it would be better to take over Cold Mountain Stronghold. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. It won't take long for the players to arrive. If I can't increase my strength in a short period of time, then taking over the entire Cold Mountain Stronghold might be a compromise. If he did not want to be cannon fodder, not only would he need to become powerful, but he would also need to have enough subordinates to ensure his own safety. If he thought about it this way, becoming the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master would be beneficial. Thinking up to this point, Qin Shujian no longer hesitated. Use. After he silently said this, the token immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In his mind, a series of system messages appeared one after another. You have used the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master token. You have become the new Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. All the dead bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold have respawned. Currently, there are 70 bandit. You have become the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master and inherited all the treasures of Cold Mountain. You have received 50 silver taels. You have become the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. You have been specially rewarded with the Grade 9 Tiger Head Saber and the Grade 9 Tiger Skin Set. You may choose one of the two. You have become the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Within Cold Mountain Stronghold, you will receive attribute bonuses and your realm will increase by 1 stage. Note: you cannot exceed 1 stage by 1 stage. With Cold Mountain as the center, everything within a radius of 50 li will belong to Cold Mountain. After becoming the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, you are not allowed to leave Cold Mountain as you wish. Once you step out of Cold Mountain, you will enter the territory of another faction. There is a high chance that you will be detected by that faction. Note: entering the territory of another faction without permission will be treated as a declaration of war if you are detected. Please be careful. Note: you can consider using your connections with other factions. You may be able to obtain permission to pass through. Chapter 6. Qin Shujian almost didn't come back to his senses when he saw the long string of messages. When he saw the last few messages, his face immediately darkened. He was not allowed to step out of the Cold Mountain Stronghold's sphere of influence. This meant that he was now imprisoned within the Cold Mountain Stronghold. After becoming the Cold Mountain Stronghold's stronghold leader, Qin Shujian had a clear picture of the surrounding terrain of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. With Cold Mountain as the center, the area within a radius of 50 miles was the Cold Mountain Stronghold's territory. However, if he stepped out of this area, he would belong to another faction. There was no buffer between the two forces. In other words, if Qin Shujian stepped out of the Cold Mountain Stronghold's sphere of influence, he would immediately step into another faction's sphere of influence. However, if he did that, it would be equivalent to declaring war if he was unlucky. Before he had a better understanding of the surrounding factions, Qin Shujian didn't dare to take this risk. Therefore, this was the reason why Qin Shujian was the most annoyed. Unknowingly, he had been made a fool of. If he knew that he had to pay such a price to become the Cold Mountain Stronghold leader, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. However, what was done couldn't be undone. It was too late for regrets. From the moment Qin Shujian became the Cold Mountain Stronghold leader, he knew that there was no turning back. The Stronghold leader's identity was something that would definitely be dropped upon death. However, if he voluntarily gave it to another bandit, among the bandits, the strong were the kings. There was no such thing as giving way out of courtesy. Therefore, Qin Shujian couldn't help but admit a fact. That was, he had suddenly changed from a cannon fodder NPC to a mini-boss with the identity of the Cold Mountain Stronghold leader. At this moment, Qin Shujian didn't forget that he still had a reward that he hadn't chosen. You have become the Cold Mountain Stronghold leader. Special reward, Tiger Head Saber of the 9th grade and Tiger Skin Armor set of the 9th grade. You can choose one of the two. This wasn't a difficult choice to make. He had already obtained the Tiger Head Saber from Wu Sheng. There was no need for him to get another one. Therefore, there was only one choice left. I want the Tiger Skin Armor set of the 9th grade. After the Zhongyi Hall was cleaned up, Qin Shujian sat in the main seat, wearing a tiger skin coat. He had already discarded the broken broadsword, leaving only a tiger-headed broadsword by his side. At this moment, his attributes had also changed slightly. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Liangshan Stronghold Chief. Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, 5th tier of the Basic Martial Realm, Cold Mountain Stockades Territory, Realm +1, Cultivation Method, Body Forging Scripture. 4th tier, total of 5 tiers, Mortal tier. Low grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, plus, Beginner, Mortal tier. Middle grade, Life Source, 18 Equipment, 9th grade Sharp Weapon, Tiger Head Saber, 9th grade Armored Tiger Skin Set, Tiger Skin Coat, Tiger Skin Trousers, Tiger Skin Belt, Tiger Skin Thick Boots. His identity had changed from that of an ordinary bandit to that of Mount Liang's Fort Master. His cultivation had also increased from the 4th stage of the Basic Martial Realm to the 5th stage of the Basic Martial Realm. After reaching the 5th stage of the Basic Realm, Qin Shujian discovered that his body seemed to have undergone some unknown changes. However, these changes couldn't be said to be very obvious. It seemed as if something was missing. However, one thing was certain. His strength and other aspects of his body had increased by a lot compared to when he was at the 4th stage of the Basic Martial Realm. When I first saw Wu Sheng, he was at the 4th stage of the Basic Martial Realm. And this was under the influence of Mount Liang's territory. If we disregard this, Wu Sheng is actually only at the 3rd stage of the Basic Martial Realm. The 3rd stage of the Basic Martial Realm is roughly equivalent to the 3rd stage of the Body Forging Scripture. Wu Sheng has been the Fort Master for who knows how many years. In this area, he can be considered to be quite fierce. I'm afraid that he has killed a lot of people. This way, Wu Sheng should be able to obtain a lot of life source. However, he is still at the 3rd stage of the Basic Martial Realm. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. His finger gently rubbed his chin. All this time, he had thought that life source was a function that all NPCs in this world had. However, he now discovered that his thoughts seemed to have gone awry. Perhaps he was the only one who had the ability to increase his cultivation method by using life source. Qin Shujian's mind was very active. However, he didn't plan on thinking too much about this problem. Soon, 2 people who were relatively bright compared to the other bandits walked in. Fort Master, what are your orders? Looking at the 2 people, Qin Shujian's expression softened a bit. After taking over Cold Mountain Stronghold, he realized that not all mountain bandits were stupid. Among them, there were a few bandits whose strength was different from other bandits. They were also quite smart. Strictly speaking, these bandits could be considered small leaders. As for the two people in front of him, one of them was called Zhong Tianyu. He was a small leader at the second stage of the basic martial realm. Originally, he was Wu Sheng's right-hand man. Now, he was also one of Qin Shujian's men. The other one was called Wang Taizhu. He was also a small leader at the second stage of the basic martial realm. However, he had another identity, which was that of a carpenter. When Qin Shujian saw Wang Taizhu, he realized that most of the work done by Mount Liang's stronghold was done by Wang Taizhu. Qin Shujian was very happy that there were two normal people among a mountain full of low-intelligence bandits. At the very least, if someone could talk to him normally, he wouldn't go crazy. After thinking for a few breaths, Qin Shujian looked at the two people and asked in a deep voice, "You two are both leaders of Mount Liang's stronghold. You must be very familiar with the powers around Mount Liang's stronghold. In that case, let me ask you, what are the places that border Cold Mountain stronghold?" Zhong Tianyu respectfully replied, "Fort Master, the places that border Mount Liang's stronghold are the Lion and Tiger Plains to the north, the Stone Forest to the east, the Endless Mountain Range to the south, the Shinning Rebel Army to the west, and the Undying Plains to the southeast. Among them, the Lion and Tiger Plains, the Stone Forest, the Endless Mountain Range, and the Undying Plains all have powerful forces. However, I don't know the specifics. The Lion and Tiger Plains, the Stone Forest, the Endless Mountain Range, the Shinning Rebel Army, and the Undying Plains." Qin Shujian recited the names one by one in his mind. Then what about the Shinning Rebel Army? The Shinning Rebel Army's territory was originally called the Shinning Plains. However, after the Rebel Army occupied it, people gradually forgot this name and only remembered the existence of the Rebel Army. Over time, the words Shinning Rebel Army replaced the original name of the territory. What is the overall strength of these territories? What is the realm of the strongest? If we are talking about the strongest, it would probably be the Shinning Rebel Army. Zhong Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said with a conflicted expression, "I heard that these people are the rebel army of a country that lost a war. They have been wandering here, killing and looting everywhere. Rumor has it that their leader is a powerful existence that surpasses the fifth stage of the basic realm. As for the other places, there are also experts of the fifth stage of the basic realm. As for the Endless Mountain Range, I don't know much about it. However, as long as you don't take the initiative to enter it, you won't be much of a threat." Hearing this, Qin Shujian had a shallow understanding of these powers. To put it bluntly, among the bordering territories, his Mount Liang stronghold was the weakest. The original fort master, Wu Sheng, was only a trash of the third stage of the basic realm. Even with his bonus, he could only barely reach the fourth stage of the basic realm. However, the other territories all had experts of the fifth stage of the basic realm overseeing them. Qin Shujian looked at the uncertain expression on Zhong Tianyu's face. Perhaps the powers in these territories were even stronger. Now that he had taken over the Mount Liang stronghold, he only had the strength of the fifth stage of the basic realm within the Mount Liang area. Once he left this area, he would immediately be beaten back to his original state. As for whether the other powers had the same thing with the fifth stage of the basic realm, he didn't know yet. However, one thing was certain. Regardless of whether the other party had such strength or not, as long as he left the Mount Liang area, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. How did our Mount Liang stronghold survive in the past? Qin Shujian changed the topic and asked another question. He had just taken over the Mount Liang stronghold, so there were too many things he didn't know. Since he had already taken over this territory, he could only make it look good. Chapter 7. Through his conversation with Zhong Tianyu, Qin Shujian gained a general understanding of Cold Mountain Stronghold. When he took over Cold Mountain Stronghold, he discovered that even NPCs needed to eat. Regardless of whether it was him or those brainless cannon fodder bandits, they all needed to eat every day. Eating also meant spending money. Wanting to farm in this godforsaken place like Cold Mountain and be self-sufficient was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Therefore, the stronghold needed to go out and purchase food every once in a while. In other words, they needed to go to other strongholds and scrounge for money. However, Cold Mountain Stronghold was not strong, and those strongholds had their own guards. Only when they had no other choice would they take the risk to scrounge for money. Most of the time, it was the bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold who went out to purchase food. When Qin Shujian discovered this, he felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Ordinary bandits were not restricted from leaving Cold Mountain at will. As long as they did not cause any trouble, they could go anywhere in the world. Similarly, as bandits, Cold Mountain Stronghold was naturally inseparable from robbing. Although the location was not very good, caravans would often pass by. Under these circumstances, the caravans would either pay a certain fee and Cold Mountain Stronghold would guarantee their safe passage out of Cold Mountain. Or they would be eaten by Cold Mountain Stronghold. This was the main source of income for Cold Mountain Stronghold. Qin Shujian rubbed his forehead, feeling a little tired. The entire Cold Mountain Stronghold only had 50 taels of silver left. Excluding him, there were 70 bandits in the stronghold. 70 bandits would consume 2 taels of silver every day. This also meant that 50 taels of silver would only be enough to sustain Cold Mountain Stronghold for half a month. As for what would happen when the silver ran out, Qin Shujian only needed to think about it to know the answer. Zhong Tianyu, take 3 brothers with you and scout out the strength of the forces around Cold Mountain Stronghold. Report their general situation to me. Yes. Zhong Tianyu nodded in response. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Wang Taizhu. Pay close attention to the area around Cold Mountain. See if any caravans arrive and report to me immediately. Yes. Wang Taizhu accepted the order. Qin Shujian felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched the two of them leave respectfully without refuting his words from beginning to end. Most of the 70 bandits in the Cold Mountain Stronghold were not very intelligent. However, this was something that could be refreshed. They were also loyal and would not have any thoughts of betrayal. As long as he was still the master of Cold Mountain Stronghold, he could always give orders to these bandits. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, Cold Mountain Stronghold was like a small game dungeon. There were fixed NPCs in the dungeon. Even if they were killed, they would automatically respawn after a certain amount of time. However, there was one exception. That was, NPCs killed by players could respawn, but NPCs killed by other NPCs could not respawn. In other words, the Cold Mountain Stockade bandits he had killed before were all in the category of not being able to respawn. After he became the new fort master of Cold Mountain Stronghold, the system refreshed the bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Other than that, if he wanted to expand the power of Cold Mountain Stronghold, he could recruit refugees and transform them into new bandits. These transformed bandits were different from the bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold. They would not listen to the fort master's orders 100%. There was also the possibility of them rebelling. Then, Qin Shujian focused his attention on himself. No matter what the problem was, improving his strength was the most fundamental. Currently, I only have 18 points of vitality. It is impossible to improve the body forging scripture. However, there is still room for improvement for the Black Tiger Saber technique, which is mortal tier middle grade. Originally, I only had the body forging scripture and did not have any offensive skills. Now that I have the Black Tiger Saber technique, although my realm did not increase, my strength has increased by a lot. This way, Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Black Tiger Saber technique on the attribute panel and fell into deep thought. In his opinion, realm was the foundation. As long as his realm increased, his strength would also increase. However, if he wanted to increase his realm, relying on his 18 points of vitality, there was still a huge gap. It was obviously impossible to reach this step in just 2 days. Rather than living until old age, it is better to maximize the use of every point of vitality. After Qin Shujian thought this through, he no longer hesitated. Looking at the plus sign behind the Black Tiger Saber technique, he suddenly had a thought. He saw that his vitality had decreased by 3 points, and the Black Tiger Saber technique had gone from beginner to advanced. A different kind of realization welled up in Qin Shujian's heart. The Black Tiger Saber technique in his mind, which was originally somewhat shaky, now seemed as if he had practiced it for many years. A faint aura emitted from his body. After consuming 3 points of vitality, the Black Tiger Saber technique had increased by 1 level. Qin Shujian saw that the plus sign behind the Black Tiger Saber technique was still there. He then looked at the remaining 15 points of vitality and hardened his heart. Shua. The 15 points of vitality were instantly reset to 0. Before Qin Shujian had time to feel the pain, he felt a powerful memory surge into his mind, forcing him to close his eyes. After a while, he finally finished digesting this memory. The Black Tiger Saber technique had also changed from the advanced stage to the perfection stage. Perfection. Qin Shujian grasped the tiger head saber beside him. A feeling of good fortune emerged in his heart. In an instant, the 18 moves of the Black Tiger Saber technique flashed before his eyes like an animation. Just by holding the tiger head saber, he gave off a ferocious aura, as if he was a ferocious tiger. The next moment, Qin Shujian directly left the loyalty hall and arrived at the empty field outside. Shua, Shua, Shua. His tiger head saber emitted a cold light as the 18 moves of the Black Tiger Saber technique were displayed one by one. There seemed to be a fierce wind whistling on the flat ground, and also a tiger's roar shaking the mountains. Fierce tiger descends the mountain, shocking 100 li. Ferocious tiger turning around. At the end of the display, Qin Shujian felt as if there was a knot in his heart, causing him to feel uncomfortable if he did not vent it. A long roar accompanied by a tiger's roar burst forth. The cold light that filled the sky converged into a saber and fiercely chopped down on a large rock that was as tall as a person. Bang! The rock shattered and scattered in all directions. Qin Shujian withdrew his saber and stood upright. His chest rose and fell slightly as he panted. There was an uncontrollable joy in his eyes. Strong. Very strong. After he had truly executed this saber technique, he finally understood how powerful the Black Tiger Saber technique, which was at the perfection level, was. If it was before he cultivated the Black Tiger Saber technique, the former would definitely not be able to last more than a few rounds in a confrontation. Because one had a high realm, but did not have any means to deal with the enemy. The other had the same realm, but cultivated a profound saber technique. Their strength would be much stronger. Qin Shujian did not know which realm Wu Sheng had cultivated the Black Tiger Saber technique to, but as long as the other party cultivated it to the perfection level, or even the perfection level. In a head-on confrontation, even if he had the upper hand. In the end, the one who would be defeated would still be him. Exhausting all 18 points of vitality in exchange for the perfection level Black Tiger Saber technique. This transaction was not a loss at all. Chapter 8. In the Zhongyi Hall, Qin Shujian was bored to death as he sat idly. After taking over the Cold Mountain stronghold, all the bandits here were considered his own people. He couldn't kill them as he wished. Even if he killed them all, the life force he obtained wouldn't be enough for him to reach the 5th layer of the body tempering scripture. After becoming the leader of the Cold Mountain stronghold, he couldn't leave the area of Cold Mountain as he wished. This caused the only plan Qin Shujian had in mind to fall through. Therefore, he was very idle now. Other than practicing the Black Tiger Saber technique and cultivating the body tempering scripture, he had nothing else to do. Suddenly, Wang Taizhu rushed in from outside. When he saw Qin Shujian, he immediately reporting to stronghold leader, "A caravan has entered the area of Cold Mountain." Where? Qin Shujian immediately sat up straight. A caravan. That meant he had a source of income. Wang Taizhu said, "It's on the Jingyang Road, about 30 to 40 li east of the Cold Mountain stronghold." How's the strength of the caravan? There are 20 to 30 guards. Their strength should be about the same as our brothers. Wang Taizhu answered honestly. 20 to 30 guards, this was indeed a large number. Don't forget that there were 70 bandits in the Cold Mountain stronghold. Therefore, when Wang Taizhu finished speaking, Qin Shujian immediately stood up and ordered, "Pass down my orders. All brothers, except for a few who stay behind to guard the stronghold, come with me. I want to see who dares to do business in the area of Cold Mountain without permission." This subordinate obeys. Soon after, the entire Cold Mountain stronghold began to move. These bandits weren't very intelligent, but they were able to execute orders without fail. Out of the 70 bandits, Zhong Tianyu left with 4 bandits, leaving only 65. Now, Qin Shujian left 10 bandits behind to guard the stronghold. The remaining 55 bandits came with him. With a single order, the bandits rushed down Cold Mountain like a swarm of bees. Jing Yang said. On both sides of the road were steep hills overgrown with withered yellow weeds. In the middle was a road that allowed people to pass through. A caravan with a dozen or so carriages slowly drove down the Jingyang Road. 20 to 30 guards with swords and sabers at their waists were escorting them. Rumble. A few large rocks rolled down from the hills on both sides, cutting off the path of the caravan. The huge commotion caused by the falling rocks immediately caused a commotion among the horses. The originally moving carriage was also forced to stop. Kill! 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 Shouts of killing could be heard from all directions. A group of bandits in ragged clothes and wielding large sabers rushed down from the hill and surrounded the caravan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Unsheathing their swords and sabers, the guards of the caravan simultaneously protected the many horses in the center and confronted the bandits. This mountain was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll. Qin Shujian stepped out from behind the bandits and looked at the caravan in front of him. His tiger-head saber reflected a dazzling cold light under the sunlight. May I ask which of you is the one who can make the decision? Why don't you step forward and have a chat? After saying this, there was a slight commotion in the caravan. A stout middle-aged man dressed in silk walked out from the group of guards. He smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "I am Han Jing, the manager of the Carrier Trading Company. May I know if you are the heroes of the Cold Mountain Stronghold? Since you know that we are from the Cold Mountain Stronghold, why did you step into the territory of the Cold Mountain Stronghold without permission?" Qin Shujian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "What was the Carrier Trading Company?" He had never heard of it. However, judging from the jade stone rings on all 10 of Han Jing's fingers, he knew that the Carrier Trading Company was extremely wealthy. Qin Shujian tried to see through the other party's attributes. However, the invisibility skill that allowed him to see who he wanted to see in the Cold Mountain Stronghold was useless in front of Han Jing. Not only that, he glanced at all the people of the Carrier Trading Company, but he could not see any of their attributes. This meant that only people of the same power could see each other's attributes. Han Jing looked around at the numerous bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. The smile on his face grew wider. "I have heard that the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master Wu Sheng is a famous expert in this area. I wonder if Stronghold Master Wu is here this time?" Stronghold Master Wu is not here, but Stronghold Master Qin is. Han Jing was startled for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, "So it is Stronghold Master Qin. I have been blind." As he said this, he took out a long and flat wooden box from his bosom and gestured to the guard beside him to hand it over. "This is the first time the Carrier Trading Company has come to your precious land. We apologize for our lack of manners. This is a small gift from the Carrier Trading Company. Please accept it, Stronghold Master Qin." After receiving the box, Qin Shujian opened it in front of everyone. 10 shiny silver ingots were neatly placed on the box. "You have received 10 taels of silver." In his mind, the system's message arrived just in time. The entire Cold Mountain Stronghold only had 50 taels of silver in assets. Now that Han Jing had given him 10 taels of silver for passage, it was actually not a small amount. However, Qin Shujian looked at the dozen or so carriages of the Carrier Trading Company. The axles of the carriages left deep marks on the road as they passed by. After putting away the 10 taels of silver, a smile appeared on his face. Cold Mountain Stronghold appreciates the Carrier Trading Company's good intentions. "I see that the falling rocks are blocking your way. Why don't we clear them away for your trading company? There is no need to trouble you with such a small matter." Of course, of course." Qin Shujian ignored Han Jing's refusal and immediately ordered all the bandits surrounding the Carrier Trading Company to clear away the large rocks blocking the road ahead. Seeing this, Han Jing still had a faint smile on his face, but the cold light in his eyes was concealed. The carrier trading company was famous throughout the country. Now, even a small cold mountain stronghold dared to ask them for passage money. If this matter were to spread, it would have a negative impact on them. In the future, even a cat or dog would dare to intercept the carrier trading company when they traveled in the lush forest. However, the cold mountain stronghold was powerful now. Although he had many guards on his side, there was still a great risk if they were to clash head-on with the other party. Therefore, Han Jing did not intend to fall out with the cold mountain stronghold now. Once this batch of goods was delivered, he would have a way to deal with the small cold mountain stronghold. Just as Han Jing was thinking about this, loud noises came from the hillsides on both sides. Rumble. Dozens of rocks rolled down from the hillside. Based on the trajectory of the rocks, the carrier trading company was sandwiched in the middle. "Oh no!" Han Jing shouted. The other guards of the trading company were also in a great commotion at this moment. The motionless horses seemed to have sensed a threat and began to stir restlessly, wanting to escape. Han Jing did not have time to think. Seeing a rock falling from above, it was too late to dodge. He could only use all his strength to hit the rock with his palms. Bang! Boom! Chapter 9. The falling stones paused for a moment and then were slapped to one side by a huge force. Han Jing groaned and staggered back a few steps. His arms hung down weakly and trembled. A piece of rock that weighed at least 1,000 kilograms rolled down from the top of the mountain, bringing with it a strong impact. Even though he had extraordinary strength, he suffered a serious internal injury to take it head-on. However, on the other side, Han Jing had just deflected the rocks. Before he could take 2 breaths, a fierce gust of wind came from the side. When he looked up, he saw the blade shining with cold light. Liangshan village. Han Jing was furious, but the blade came too fast. The strong pressure made him feel as if he was facing a powerful beast. Besides, he had just used up his old strength and had not recovered his new strength. Therefore, Han Jing chose to retreat at once. Bang! The tiger head knife fell and the blade cut Han Jing's clothes. Qin Shujian's face was cold and stern. He took a big stride forward and swung his tiger-headed saber at Han Jing continuously. Han Jing was shocked and kept retreating. The first move, Tiger descends the mountain. Qin Shujian's momentum was like a rainbow. The tiger-head knife seemed to incarnate into a real tiger and Han Jing in front of him was his prey. The first move, Tiger descends the mountain, contained 6 changes. Han Jing struggled to raise his arm and hit out his palm like a butterfly to deal with Qin Shujian's attack. Qin Shujian held the knife with both hands and kept attacking like a fierce tiger. The strong wind between the attacks was like the roar of a fierce tiger, which frightened Han Jing and made his move stagnate a little. The tiger roars in the forest, shaking 100 miles. Swish! The blade flashed and a broken palm flew up with blood splashing. The sharp pain made Han Jing's face turn pale. At this time, Qin Shujian passed by quickly. Han Jing instinctively turned back to defend, but the tiger-head knife stabbed into his chest like a swallow returning to its nest. The blade with bright red blood directly went through his back. If the tiger did not turn back, it would see blood. Han Jing's blood rushed to his throat and he could only make a ho-ho sound. Poochie. The blade was pulled out, and the corpse collapsed to the ground. After killing Han Jing, Qin Shujian let out a sigh of relief. From the exchange of blows just now, he could sense that the other party's strength was definitely not below his. If he hadn't taken the initiative, he might not have had the chance to kill the other party so easily. When Qin Shujian saw the new 773 HP in his attributes, he couldn't help but be astonished. Han Jing alone provided 73 life force points. Without waiting for Qin Shujian to think too much, he saw the value of his life force jump again, from the original 73 to 74. This sudden turn of events made him raise his head to look in the direction of the carrier trading company. Most of the people in the carrier trading company were crushed to death by the huge boulder. A large amount of goods were scattered all over the ground from the shattered carriages. Only a small portion of the guards were spared from the attack of the boulders. However, as one of the leaders of the Cold Mountain stronghold, Wang Taizhu, immediately commanded the bandits of the Cold Mountain stronghold to attack the remaining guards of the Carrier Trading Company. The remaining guards were already scared out of their wits. Faced with the bandits of the Cold Mountain stronghold, they were almost defenseless. In Qin Shujian's line of sight, Wang Taizhu killed a guard of the trading company with a swing of his sword. As for the health points column that he had been paying attention to, it changed from 74 points to 75 points at the right time. Hiss. Seeing this change, Qin Shujian inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. He had always thought that he could only obtain life force points from killing NPCs with his own hands. But now, he could also obtain life force points from the NPCs killed by Wang Taizhu and the other bandits of the Cold Mountain stronghold. This was a completely different story. Before Qin Shujian could think too much, the remaining guards of the trading company were all killed by the bandits after a few minutes of fighting. At this time, his life force finally stopped at 83 points. Looking at the goods scattered all over the ground, Qin Shujian immediately ordered, "Take away all the valuables. Cut off the meat of the dead horses and bring them away." Then, the bandits began to move in an orderly manner. The scattered goods were brought back to the Cold Mountain stronghold. In Qin Shujian's mind, the system's messages kept appearing. "You have received 10 taels of silver. You have received an antique calligraphy painting. You have received 5 taels of silver. You have received 7 taels of gold." A long string of messages kept appearing. At first, Qin Shujian was interested in reading the messages, but he quickly abandoned them and turned his gaze to Han Jing's corpse, which had died with his eyes wide open. Looting the corpse. This was something that players had to do after defeating a boss in any game. Although Han Jing was not a big boss, he was at least a small boss of the same level as the head of the Cold Mountain stronghold. No matter what, he could not be stingy. In the Cold Mountain stronghold, Qin Shujian sat upright in the loyalty hall, fiddling with a jade token in his hand. Carrier Trading Company token, use it to join the Carrier Trading Company. Note, if you already have a faction, you need to withdraw from the faction before you can use it. Apart from this, he had also gained a lot from the extermination of the Carrier Trading Company. You have received a total of 530 taels of silver. You have received a total of 50 taels of gold. You have received a certain number of antique calligraphy paintings. You have received a total of 1,236 catties of horse meat. You have killed the manager of the Carrier Trading Company and robbed their goods. The Cold Mountain stronghold and the Carrier Trading Company are enemies, invisible. Note, the Carrier Trading Company is not aware of the death of manager Han Jing, so the assassination attempt by Cold Mountain stronghold has not been exposed. Once the incident is exposed, the relationship between the two parties will be exposed. When the time comes, Cold Mountain stronghold may be attacked by the Carrier Trading Company. Qin Shujian only glanced at the last few messages before tossing them to the back of his mind. In order to ensure that this matter was done cleanly, he did not let go of Han Jing and the other NPCs of the Carrier Trading Company. As for the corpses and bloodstains, he only left after he saw them disappear with his own eyes. If there were no mishaps, it would not be easy for the Carrier Trading Company to find out the whereabouts of Han Jing and the others. Moreover, even if they found out, they might not be able to find out who did it. Therefore, Qin Shujian was more concerned about his gains from this trip. Putting aside the antique calligraphy paintings that needed to be sold for cash, 50 taels of gold was equivalent to 500 taels of silver. Based on the information he had received from this trip, he had already gained over 1,000 taels of silver. Based on Cold Mountain Stronghold's current standard, over 1,000 taels of silver could sustain the stronghold's expenses for at least a year and a half. If they did not open for business for 3 years, they would be able to sustain themselves for 3 years. Qin Shujian could not help but sigh with emotion. No wonder people always say that killing and arson makes one's belt golden. This is a saying of wisdom no matter where it is. Chapter 10. Killing people and arson is a golden belt. Repairing bridges and paving roads leaves no corpses behind. It was only now that Qin Shujian truly understood the meaning of those words. This time, the extermination of the Carrier Trading Company was a great harvest. With this batch of silver, the Liangshan stronghold would not need to worry about food for a period of time. However, compared to this batch of goods, there was another matter that made Qin Shujian even happier. That was 83 points of life force. It could be said that this was the first time in his life that he had obtained so much life force. If not for the contribution of the carrier trading company, even if he slaughtered all the bandits of the Liangshan stronghold, he would not have been able to gather so much life force. Most importantly, through this matter, Qin Shujian discovered another way to obtain life force. That was, if his subordinates killed NPCs, he would also be able to obtain the corresponding life force. This was the most important thing for Qin Shujian. It could even be a decisive factor for him in the future. One must know that if he wanted to reach the 5th level of the basic martial arts, he would need hundreds of life force, not to mention the 6th and 7th levels of the basic martial arts after the 5th level. Towards the end, each level of the basic martial arts would require an astronomical amount of improvement. If Qin Shujian were to rely on himself, even if he killed until the end of time, he might not be able to gather enough life force. But now, it was completely different. Not only could he obtain life force from killing NPCs, but his subordinates could also obtain life force from killing NPCs. Not to mention that in the future, he might also obtain life force from killing players. In the battle of the carrier trading company, Qin Shujian only killed Han Jing. The remaining guards of the merchant group were all killed by the bandits of the Liangshan stronghold. In other words, if he was alone, he would not have been able to kill all the people of the carrier trading company, and he would not have been able to obtain so much life force. At first, Qin Shujian was still troubled by the fact that he had become the Liangshan stronghold master, thinking that it was a restriction on him. But now Qin Shujian no longer had this thought. Being a bandit was good. Being a bandit leader was even better. Currently, there were only 70 bandits in Liang Mountain, and their strength wasn't that great. However, if this number was doubled, or even tenfold, then the strength of Liang Mountain stronghold would definitely increase exponentially. As Cold Mountain stronghold's strength increased, it also meant that he could obtain more life force. What were bandits doing? Raiding and robbing? Bullying the weak? To Qin Shujian, this was not important. The most important thing was that he had found a shortcut to quickly increase his strength. Now, Qin Shujian had another ambition in his heart. He wanted to be the biggest bandit leader. This did not conflict with his original goal. Instead, they complemented each other. Alas, life really needs a goal. Only then can we have the motivation to move forward. Qin Shujian's lips curled into a smile. He couldn't help but feel great. However, the most important thing right now was to increase his own strength. Looking at the 83 life force, Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. According to his estimation, he should only need about 30 more life force to increase his body tempering scripture to the 5th layer. However, although this gap was not big, it was not small either. It would not be easy to make up for it in a short period of time. From the battle with Han Jing, although he was able to gain the upper hand because of the help of external objects, he was able to gain the upper hand. However, in all seriousness, the real reason why he had such an overwhelming advantage was the Black Tiger Saber technique, which had reached the perfection level. After the actual battle, Qin Shujian finally understood how much the Black Tiger Saber technique could increase his strength. The perfection level of the Black Tiger Saber technique is already like this. If I can increase it to the next level, even if I don't increase my realm, my strength will increase by a lot. Qin Shujian's expression changed. In the end, he still had an idea. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard. A black tiger as tall as 2 people leaped into the forest. It moved and stayed still, displaying the might of the king of beasts. A ferocious aura instantly assaulted his face. Then, the black tiger suddenly moved and pounced forward. Boom! Qin Shujian's heart trembled. Instantly, a wave of comprehension surged up like a tide. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a black tiger, roaring in the forest. The 3 moves and 18 styles of the Black Tiger Saber technique seemed to have come alive, appearing in his mind one by one. After a long time, Qin Shujian finally withdrew from this comprehension. A pair of calm eyes seemed to contain a terrifying, ferocious light. Just by sitting there, he seemed to emit a powerful aura. Perfection level. Qin Shujian muttered. This was the next level that one would reach after reaching the perfection stage. At this level, it meant that his comprehension of the Black Tiger Saber technique was not weaker than the creator of this saber technique. Name: Qin Shujin. Identity: Cold Mountain Stockade Head. Affiliation: Cold Mountain Stockade Realm, 5th layer of the basic realm, inside the Cold Mountain Stockade's territory, Realm +1, Cultivation Method, Body Forging Scripture 4th layer, total of 5 layers, Mortal lower grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Perfection level, Mortal middle grade, Life Source, 8 Equipment, Level 9 Sharp Weapon, Tiger Head Saber, Level 9 Armored Tiger Skin Set, Tiger Skin Coat, Tiger Skin Trousers, Tiger Skin Belt, Tiger Skin Thick Boots. These were all of Qin Shujian's current attributes. He directly consumed 75 of his 83 life source to raise the Black Tiger Saber technique from the perfection level to the perfection level. There was no change in his realm, but his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. After the Black Tiger Saber technique reached the perfection level, Qin Shujian had a premonition. With his current state, even if he faced an uninjured Han Jing, he would be able to defeat him. Even without the support of the Cold Mountain Stockade Master, he still had this confidence. One must know. Han Jing's strength was definitely at the 5th layer of the basic realm. Without the support of his status, Qin Shujian's realm was only at the 4th layer of the basic realm. But now, he had this kind of confidence. And the source of this confidence was the Black Tiger Saber technique that had reached the perfection level. Then, Qin Shujian's attention fell on the countdown timer at the bottom right corner. 0 days, 5 hours, 21 minutes, 3 seconds until the players arrive. Unknowingly, 2 days of time had decreased to less than 6 hours. This also meant that, in less than 6 hours, the players would completely arrive in this world. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths. His mind was in turmoil. He didn't know how the players would arrive, and he also didn't know what kind of changes would occur after the players arrived. 2 days wasn't a long time. Qin Shujian thought that he had done enough. With the little time left, he couldn't do much. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the players to arrive. Qin Shujian sat there quietly, watching the countdown timer go by. The loyalty hall suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 11. Boom. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were buzzing. Qin Shujian felt his heart sink. It was as if there was a boundless pressure coming from the unseen world. This strange feeling forced him to walk out of the Hall of Loyalty. In Liangshan village. At this moment, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. The sky should have been clear for thousands of miles, but the stars of Jutian were faintly discernible. When Qin Shujian walked out of the Hall of Loyalty, he happened to see this scene. The stars of Jutian were encircled by the stars, which complemented the radiance of the great sun. The stars completely occupied the sky. Today, a mutant was born, descending from beyond the heavens. A system message came, but Qin Shujian did not have the time to pay attention to it. This was because in his line of sight, the stars of Jutian seemed to have fallen in an instant, turning into meteors that fell toward the earth. Watching the falling stars, Qin Shujian seemed to have seen something mysterious. The body forging scripture that he had been cultivating started to circulate uncontrollably. Boom. There was a soundless rumble. Qin Shujian felt his body tremble. It was as if some part of his hidden latch had been opened. His limbs and bones were continuously flowing with a warm current, which converged toward his abdomen. His blood was gradually boiling. When this warm current converged below his abdomen, it only circled a few times before suddenly dispersing and returning to every part of his body. At this moment, Qin Shujian felt as if the connections between every part of his body had become incomparably tight. You've observed the falling stars. Body forging scripture has broken through to the 5th level. You've completed body forging scripture. Passive skill, force flow at will, force flow at will, force flow at will. You can kill with a flick of your finger. At this moment, The phenomenon of the falling stars gradually quieted down. Body forging scripture has been completed. Force flow at will. Qin Shujian looked at the system message. He was very surprised. He had never expected that the 5th level of body forging scripture that he had always wanted to achieve would be achieved the moment the players arrived. This was also the first time he had achieved this without using his source of life. Instead, he had relied on his own cultivation. He thought of the system's force flow at will. Qin Shujian closed his eyes and felt the subtle changes in his body. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and looked at a medium-sized rock beside him. Then, he flicked his finger. A gust of wind shot out from his fingertips and hit the stone. With a light pop, the rock caved in, forming a small hole. Seeing this, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. In the past, when I attacked, my body needed a certain amount of time to coordinate before I could unleash all my strength. But now that I have completed the body tempering scripture, the strength is present in every part of my body. Wherever my mind goes, I can unleash all my strength. In such a situation, the benefits were not small. No matter how fast one's speed was, there would still be a gap between them. When experts exchanged blows, a single interval could determine the outcome of the battle, and even determine life and death. It was also because of this that Qin Shujian understood how useful this passive skill was. At this moment, he looked at his own attributes again. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Liangshan Stronghold. Chief Affiliation, Liangshan Village. Realm, 6th stage of the basic realm, Liangshan Village's territory, Realm +1, Cultivation Technique, Complete Body Tempering Scripture, Strength at Will, Mortal Lower Grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Greater Heights, Mortal Middle Grade, Life Source, 8 Equipment, Tiger Head Saber, Tiger Skin Armor Set, Tiger Skin Coat, Tiger Skin Trousers, Tiger Skin Belt, Tiger Skin Thick Boots. After completing the body tempering scripture, there was an additional strength at will function. His realm had also increased to the 6th stage of the basic realm. Men. After calming down, Qin Shujian shouted loudly. Wang Taizhu immediately came over and said respectfully, Stronghold Chief, take a few brothers and investigate how many mutants there are in the Liangshan area. Also, see if there are any changes in the surrounding area. Understood. In an average-sized village, dense stars fell and transformed into humans dressed in coarse hemp clothes. There were men and women. There were old and young. The scene suddenly became noisy. Hiss. What a realistic game. I'm afraid that no game in the country can compare to this in terms of realism. Lu Shoujia pinched his arm. The clear pain immediately rushed into his mind, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. As he breathed, a faint freshness entered his nostrils, making him feel relaxed and happy. Soon, Lu Shoujia came back to his senses. The first thing he did was to check his own stats. After a while, Lu Shoujia stopped checking his stats and frowned. There are no levels and no experience bars. Even the stats that are usually found in previous games are nowhere to be found. Martial Realm 0, looks like this is the level of this world. However, there is no experience bar. Could it be that I can't level up in this world by killing monsters, or is it hidden? He was a little confused. Before the open beta test, the officials did not reveal any information about this game. This caused everyone who entered the game, including him, to be confused. However, with his many years of gaming experience, Lu Shoujia immediately suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked at the surroundings of the village. According to his estimation, this should be the novice village. In the novice village, there would often be some novice tutorials and novice quests. These tutorials and quests would not be placed in the open, but required one to take the initiative to trigger them. In Lu Shoujia's line of sight, many players had already left their original positions. Some tried to talk to the passing villagers, while others directly left the village. Lu Shoujia thought for a while, then walked toward a guard standing at the entrance of the village. There, many players had already surrounded the guard and were saying all sorts of things, trying to trigger a quest or obtain some useful information. Hello, may I ask how I can help you? Lu Shoujia squeezed his way to the front of the guard and asked his habitual question. The guard glanced at him, shook his head, and replied, You are too weak. You can't help me. There were no surprises. The guard's reply was the same as his reply to the other players. Lu Shoujia was not discouraged and continued to ask, "Then how can I increase my strength, and how can I help you?" Hearing this, the guard was startled. At the same time, Lu Shoujia quietly left the group of players. This was because he had just received a system notification. The village guard, Chen Ermu, seems to be troubled. You want to help, but you are not strong enough. Your enthusiasm moved Chen Ermu. He told you about the dojo in the village. There will be a chance for you to increase your strength. Once you are strong enough, you can go find him. Quest: take the first step. Requirements: reach the first stage of the martial realm. There will be no punishment if you fail. Do you accept? Seeing this, Lu Shoujia did not hesitate to accept. Then, he walked toward the village and looked for the dojo mentioned in the quest. Chapter 12. Cold Mountain Stronghold. Zhong Tianyu, who had been ordered to investigate the surrounding situation, came back first to report. Stronghold Lord, how is it? How much have you investigated of the factions bordering Cold Mountain? Looking at Zhong Tianyu in front of him, Qin Shujian asked in a deep voice. Zhong Tianyu respectfully replied, "This time, I went to the Stone Forest. There are 3 bandit groups there, each with 70 to 80 people. Their individual strength isn't much weaker than our Cold Mountain stronghold. However, these 3 bandit groups don't disturb each other. They divide the Stone Forest into 3 areas, each occupying one side. Their leaders are at least at the 4th or 5th stage of the new martial realm." Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. According to Zhong Tianyu, the forces in the Stone Forest were about the same as his Cold Mountain stronghold. However, compared to the Cold Mountain stronghold, the bandits in the Stone Forest each occupied one side. Therefore, the average strength of both sides was about the same. However, if the Stone Forest was unified, the former Cold Mountain stronghold would have no chance of resisting. Looking at the big picture through a tube. From the situation in the Stone Forest, Qin Shujian could also roughly estimate the strength of the forces in the other places. If it was a day ago, he would have prepared for a rainy day. But now, Qin Shujian didn't have this thought for the time being. First, his body tempering scripture had reached perfection. In the Cold Mountain area, he was equivalent to a 6th stage of the new martial realm. According to Zhong Tianyu's previous words, among these factions, only the Shining rebel army in the west had an expert that surpassed the 5th stage of the new martial realm. Moreover, it was possible that they were supported by other factions. Once they left the Shining rebel army's territory, it was unknown whether they could maintain their strength. In other words, with him overseeing the Cold Mountain stronghold, it was equivalent to having a 6th stage of the new martial realm overseeing it. Before there were too many unforeseen events, Cold Mountain stronghold could be maintained without any worries. Moreover, the thing that was truly worthy of Qin Shujian's attention. It was the players who had descended into the world. No one knew better than him how much potential the players had, and how quickly the players could increase their strength. If he didn't think of a way to solve this problem, then sooner or later, he, the mini-boss of Cold Mountain stronghold, would be killed by players. Before Qin Shujian could think too much, Wang Taizhu, who had been investigating the players' situation, returned to report. 20 miles east of Mount Liang, there's a new village. Many mutants have gathered there. Village? Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's face darkened. All of a sudden, there was an additional village. Even if he didn't use his brain to think carefully, he would know. This must be the beginner's village in the game. Qin Shujian didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence. A novice village was right under his nose. This was tantamount to roasting him on the fire. Do you know how strong that village is? From what I can see, there are quite a few guards in the village. I can see dozens of them on the surface. I can't tell how strong they are without fighting them. However, they don't look too weak. Wang Taizhu answered truthfully. If there were dozens of guards on the surface, then there could be more than 100 guards in the dark. This kind of strength wasn't weak at all. although Wang Taizhu didn't understand what mutants meant. However, the sudden appearance of such a force within Mount Liang's sphere of influence was bound to have a big impact on Mount Liang. Qin Shujian was deep in thought and didn't say anything for a while. The appearance of a novice village meant that a large number of players had gathered. Since Cold Mountain Stronghold was here, it was basically impossible for them to move. If they couldn't move, then when the players developed, Cold Mountain Stronghold would definitely bear the brunt. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, and the one who strikes later suffers. Since they would face each other sooner or later, they had to grasp the opportunity in their own hands. Outside the novice village, on an open field in a paddy field, a large number of players were chasing chickens and ducks with their bare hands. F***ck, this game is too difficult. At the beginning of the game, they don't give any weapons or skills. These chickens and ducks also run fast. If this continues, when will they be able to reach the first stage of the basic martial realm? In the paddy field, many players were powerlessly complaining. When they first entered the game, they were excited because of the realistic realism of the game. However, after their excitement cooled down, they were faced with a cruel reality. For novice players, other than being given a set of clothes at the beginning of the game to avoid looking unsightly, they weren't even given a single copper coin, let alone a weapon. Then, if they wanted to level up, they needed to learn cultivation techniques. Therefore, they eagerly ran to the dojo to learn cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques and dojos required money. Since the players were poor, they didn't have any money to pay. Therefore, they could only turn around and find other villagers in the village to do miscellaneous jobs to earn some copper coins. When they had saved enough money to learn cultivation techniques, the players discovered that after learning cultivation techniques, they couldn't directly level up. If they wanted to level up, they could only cultivate step by step. If they spent a year or so, they might be able to level up. This kind of situation naturally caused the players to collapse. Fortunately, some people later discovered that there was no need to cultivate step by step. They only needed to kill monsters like in other games to accumulate the cultivation progress of the cultivation method and indirectly increase the level of the realm. However, for unarmed players, they could only deal with some wild monsters that weren't much of a threat. Therefore, this created the situation before their eyes. Suddenly, a player stopped and looked in a certain direction in the distance. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Look, there's a humanoid NPC. What? It really is a humanoid NPC, and it's even carrying a sword. It's obvious that its strength isn't simple. Hearing this, the other players also discovered this point and immediately started discussing it. As he spoke, he looked at the NPC with a burning gaze. There was suddenly an NPC in the wilderness. Moreover, looking at its equipment and appearance, its identity was obviously not simple. In the eyes of the players, it was like a walking mission board. Looking at the many players swarming toward him, Qin Shujian frowned slightly. However, he didn't directly attack. Instead, he said pleasantly, "Everyone, I want to go to the village in front to rest. Please make way." Of course. When the other players heard this, they consciously made way for him. This was because in their opinion, an NPC that could talk was very likely to be able to issue missions. If they fell out with the NPC because of a small matter, causing them to not be able to receive missions, it would be a loss for the greater good. However, although the path was cleared, there were still many players who didn't give up and continued to ask questions. "Is there anything I can help you with? What's your problem? Why don't you tell me and see if I can help you?" "Hello." Qin Shujian had a smile on his face the entire time. Surrounded by many players, he walked towards the village. Chapter 13. You are about to enter the range of Novice Village 10021. Attention! Entering the range of Novice Village without permission will cause hostility from the village guards and expert. When he was only 3 jong away from the village entrance, Qin Shujian received a system notification. Looking at the guards standing in front of the village, he stopped. Range of Novice Village? The enmity of the village guards and the experts. These 2 notifications made Qin Shujian's expression turn serious. He had almost no understanding of the novice village in the Liang Mountain area. But just by looking at the guards in front of the village, he could roughly estimate the strength of the novice village. If it was a normal time, before he had a clear understanding of the situation between himself and the enemy, Qin Shujian would not act rashly. But the novice village was different. The more time he gave the players, the more of a threat they would pose to him. This time, Qin Shujian's main purpose was to directly investigate the novice village's depth. As for why he personally acted, the reason was because the Liang Mountain stronghold did not have any experts that could be of great use. If he sent a few mountain bandits, they would not even be able to enter the village entrance and would directly become experience for the players. Since he wanted to investigate the depth, then he needed to have enough strength. Qin Shujian was currently using himself as a rock to investigate the novice village's depth. He was confident. Relying on his 6th stage of the martial realm, even if there were some terrifying experts hidden in the novice village, he would still be able to escape unscathed. When the players around Qin Shujian saw Qin Shujian stop in front of the novice village, they all had a puzzled expression, as if they did not understand what he meant. But before they could ask, Qin Shujian took a step forward. Attention, you have entered the range of Novice Village 10021. After glancing at the system notification, Qin Shujian threw it to the back of his mind. At this time, the guards that were originally standing motionless at the entrance of the village like statues, now directly walked forward and blocked Qin Shujian's path. Stop! The two spears crossed each other, the shining spear tips reflecting a cold light. One of the guards, who seemed to be older, said in a deep voice, "This is already within the boundaries of the village. Anyone who is not from the village is prohibited from entering." He. Qin Shujian smiled faintly at first, but then his expression turned cold. "I didn't expect that there would still be people who want to block my path in Liang Mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The surrounding players all had different expressions on their faces. Many of them had excited looks in their eyes. With their eyesight, how could they not see it? His simple words already contained a lot of anger, as if a fight could break out at any time. For the players, it didn't matter if the village guards were on their side or not. They also didn't need to care if Qin Shujian was an enemy. In their eyes, these were just NPCs. Since they were NPCs, fighting to the death had nothing to do with them. Perhaps they could even gain some benefits from this place. Therefore, many players were in an uproar, hoping that the two sides would start fighting. He didn't care about the guards blocking him. The two spears were useless in Qin Shujian's eyes. He only paused for a moment before continuing forward. Kill. The two guards attacked at the same time. The spears stabbed forward fiercely with a fierce aura, enough to easily pierce through a person's body. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, their movements were as slow as a turtle's. He raised his right hand and his palm missed the tip of the spear. His two fingers tapped the body of the spear at an extremely fast speed. Bang! A powerful force exploded from the spear body. The hands of the two guards were instantly torn apart, and they couldn't help but loosen their grip on the spears. Qin Shujian took a big step forward and his palms landed on the chests of the two guards at the same time. At the 6th stage of the martial realm, the strength of his palms was at least 1,000 katis. The two guards were only at the 1st stage of the martial realm, so how could they withstand his attacks? Boom! The two guards flew out like weeds. Their chests were deeply caved in, and the bones inside had already been shattered. In an instant, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. They didn't even have time to speak before they fell to the ground, dead. Hua! This sudden turn of events gave the other players a huge fright. Even if they knew that there would be a conflict, they didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Those guards, who seemed to have extraordinary strength in their eyes, couldn't even hold on for a single exchange before they were all dead. Qin Shujian's speed was so fast that the players could only see 2 afterimages before the battle ended. An expert. This NPC was definitely an expert. Even the NPCs in the dojo that taught cultivation techniques weren't as strong as Qin Shujian in the eyes of these players. This NPC is so strong. If I could learn his cultivation technique, I would be able to leave the other players in the dust. Some of the players thought of something else. After playing the game for so long, some of the experienced players had already figured out some of the rules of the game. There were no levels, and players mainly focused on cultivation techniques. Therefore, the higher the level of the cultivation technique, the stronger the player would be. The cultivation techniques that could be learned in the village's dojo were all trash that could be found on the streets. It was very difficult for one to stand out from the other players. If one wanted to truly break free, one had to find a way to learn a higher level cultivation technique. In the eyes of these players, Qin Shujian was an NPC with unfathomable strength who possessed a higher level cultivation technique. Qin Shujian didn't care about what the players thought. Because when he killed the 2 village guards, his source of life increased by 2 points. At the same time, he also received a message from the system. You killed the guards of Novice Village 10021. The relationship between Cold Mountain Village and Novice Village 10021 is hostile. Your actions have angered the experts of Novice Village 10021. Attention! The experts of Novice Village 10021 are rushing over. Experts. Seeing the words experts above the system, Qin Shujian's eyes narrowed slightly. Even without the system's notification, he could vaguely sense that in the Novice Village in front of him, there was a heavy aura rapidly approaching. On the other side, the tragic death of the 2 village guards completely attracted the attention of the other guards. Suddenly, more than 10 guards rushed out of the village. There were no superfluous words, and no excessive conversation. Kill! One of the guards angrily shouted, and his spear stabbed towards Qin Shujian. At the same time, the other guards also attacked at almost the same time. More than 10 spears stabbed out. The shining spear tips made people's hair stand on end, as if they could feel a great threat from them. Qin Shujian's right hand had already quietly grasped the hilt of the sword on his back. Looking at the incoming spears, his eyes gradually turned cold. Chapter 14. Boom. Qin Shujian's aura completely changed. He was like a fierce tiger leaping out of the forest. His fierce aura rushed towards the players. The tiger head saber was suddenly unsheathed. The heavy saber carried a strong wind as it slashed towards the guards. Fierce tiger descends the mountain, like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, the dozen-long spears were all shattered. The saber continued to slash forward. The guards' eyes were filled with horror. Their bodies seemed to be locked by a powerful aura. In their eyes, the current Qin Shujian had already turned into a terrifying beast. His tyrannical aura directly froze one's mind. Not only the guards. Even the surrounding players felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave when Qin Shujian's aura swept across. At that moment, they felt that the person standing there was no longer an NPC, but more like a terrifying and deadly beast. Stop! A shocking roar came. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. His attacks did not stop at all. The saber flashed and blood spurted out. A pitch-black figure rushed out from the Novice Village. He fiercely struck out with his palm. The scorching wind from his palm instantly raised the surrounding temperature. It shocked everyone within 100 miles. Roar! The fierce tiger roar of the mountain forest made the pitch-black figure slightly pause. Qin Shujian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The tiger head saber once again slashed out with the fierce tiger descends the mountain. Boom! A violent gust of wind spread out. Qin Shujian's saber-wielding arm trembled slightly. His body also involuntarily moved back. As for the pitch-black figure, he fell backwards. 5th stage of the basic realm? 6th stage of the basic realm? Qin Shujian's face was slightly serious. He looked at the middle-aged man in brown clothes in front of him. In the previous exchange, no one had the upper hand. Therefore, he had a rough estimate of the strength of the person in front of him. This is Instructor Zhong from the Martial Arts Club. Seeing the person who came, the crowd of players became restless. The instructor of the Martial Arts Club was actually the person who taught the players cultivation methods. From the beginning, These players knew that the instructor of the martial arts club was a powerful expert. However, no one knew exactly how strong the other party was. However, Instructor Zhong had appeared and blocked the mysterious NPC's path. His strength was definitely not ordinary. Sporting Instructor Zhong's face was gloomy as he looked at the dozen or so corpses on the ground. He was shocked. That neat cut, as well as the strength that Qin Shujian had displayed in the fight just now, all showed that he was a difficult opponent to deal with. "Why have you come here to kill people for no reason?" Coach Zhong shouted angrily. "So what if I kill him? Even if he doesn't die today, he won't be able to live past tomorrow." Qin Shujian sneered disdainfully. The other party's strength was not weak. However, if it was a true life and death battle, he was still confident that he could cut down the other party. The Black Tiger Saber technique that had reached great heights was not just a simple description. He hadn't even unleashed 70% of the saber technique's essence in that hasty saber strike. The only thing that Qin Shujian was worried about was whether the person in front of him was the strongest person in the novice village, or if he was just one of the experts. Sporting Instructor Zhong's eyes were gloomy. "You are so arrogant. If you want revenge, then hurry up and attack. If you don't dare, then scram. Impudent." Sporting Instructor Zhong's face was extremely gloomy. He shouted angrily, "I respect you because you are the Langshan Stronghold Master, so I have been giving you some face. Don't push your luck." Hearing this, Qin Shujian narrowed his eyes. From the other party's words, it was clear that he knew his identity. Logically speaking, it had only been 2 days since he killed Wu Sheng and replaced him. Apart from the bandits of Langshan Stronghold, no one else should know that the Langshan Stronghold Master had changed. However, the other party had directly pointed out his identity. It was clear that he had some understanding of him. However, Qin Shujian was only puzzled for a moment, but he soon came to a realization. He was an NPC and the other party was an NPC. Since he could occasionally receive notifications from the system, the other party could do the same. There was no need to be suspicious. The identity of the Langshan Stronghold Master must have been revealed by the system. On the other side, the other players were also confused. Langshan Stronghold Master? Once they heard this name, they knew that he was the leader of a faction. Even though the other party had killed so many beginner village guards, Sporting Instructor Zhong still hadn't made a move. This made the players even more shocked at Qin Shujian's strength. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 people rushed out from the beginner village and landed next to Sporting Instructor Zhong. A man and a woman. The man had a fat head and big ears. His clothes were black and shiny. He had a stubble on his face and looked very sloppy. The woman was around 40 or 50 years old. She wore plain clothes and looked like an ordinary country woman. The first impression that these 2 people gave others was that they were ordinary country people. However, the aura that they were emitting made everyone understand that these 2 people were not ordinary people. In the crowd, Lu Shoujia looked at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared and was stunned. Not only had he seen these 2 people before, but he was also quite familiar with them. One of them was a butcher in the village who sold pork. His name was Zhu Daming. The other was the lady boss of the village's tailor shop. Her name was Li Chunhua. In order to earn enough money to learn cultivation techniques in the dojo, he had done some random quests in the butcher shop and tailor shop. However, what surprised Lu Shoujia was that these 2 people who didn't look amazing were actually experts who had been hiding their strength for a long time. When the 2 people appeared, Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold. In an instant, boom! His motionless body suddenly jumped up, and the tiger-headed saber slashed out with a fierce wind. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. The Black Tiger Saber technique that had reached the greater perfection stage was displayed to the extreme. This time, Qin Shujian's target was still Sporting Instructor Zhong of the dojo. They didn't expect Qin Shujian to use such a terrifying killing move without saying a word. The Black Tiger Saber technique that was used at full strength made Sporting Instructor Zhong feel that he wasn't facing a person, but a terrifying tiger that was slaughtering its way through the forest. There was no hesitation. Sporting Instructor Zhong's palms were as red as flames. When he waved them out, it was as if there were flames spitting out. The temperature was so hot that the air was slightly distorted. Then, he saw the blade slashing towards him. His red palms suddenly closed together, trying to catch the blade. Unfortunately, not only was the blade fast, it was also extremely ferocious. As soon as Instructor Zhong's palms caught the blade, he felt an unstoppable force that directly shook his hands away. The broadsword was about to pierce his throat. Swish! The silver snake pierced through the air and coiled around the blade in an instant, revealing the appearance of a silver whip. The other end of the whip fell into the hands of the tailor shop's lady boss, Li Chunhua. However, before Instructor Zhong and Li Chunhua could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw Tiger Head Saber forcefully pull back. A huge force pulled Li Chunhua forward uncontrollably. Then, Qin Shujian took a step forward and pulled the tiger head blade out of the silver whip. He then turned around and slashed at Li Chunhua's neck. Before the tiger head knife could strike, a pork knife had already blocked its path. Ding! The two blades collided and sparks flew. Zhu Daming's hand trembled and he almost lost his grip on the pork knife. Because of this, Qin Shujian's body was blocked. His originally flawless attack suddenly stopped. Li Chunhua and sporting instructor Zhong, who had regained their senses, were about to rush forward. Seeing this, Qin Shujian pulled out his blade and retreated. In an instant, he was out of the three people's attack range. He turned around and rushed outside. Some of the onlookers saw Qin Shujian rushing towards them and wanted to dodge. But they only saw the cold blade slashing towards them. Then, they felt a pain in their bodies and turned into white light and disappeared. Chapter 15. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Qin Shujian's sudden attack to the opponent's calm retreat. The entire process of the fight only took a few seconds. Many players did not even have time to react before the dust settled. Soon after, sporting instructor Zhong and the others looked at each other and retreated back into the village. In the tailor shop, sporting instructor Zhong and the others sat across from each other. Apart from them, there was also an old man with a white beard. When the three of them looked at the old man, their expressions revealed a trace of respect. I've heard that the Cold Mountain Stronghold is the most ferocious mountain bandit group in this area. Today, I've seen that the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that his strength is even more powerful than the previous Stronghold Master. Sporting instructor Zhong recalled that frightening blade strike and was still somewhat shocked. Li Chunhua shook her head and said, "You don't have to say that. Since this person was able to kill Wu Sheng, his strength must be greater than Wu Sheng's." Sigh. I originally thought that the death of Wu Sheng, the evil mountain bandit leader, would calm everyone down a bit. Who would have thought that the new Cold Mountain Stronghold Master would be even more ferocious than Wu Sheng? If that's the case, it won't be easy for our village to calm down. Li Chunhua's words caused the atmosphere to become heavy. However, Zhu Daming's face was filled with indignation. It's true that the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master is strong, but he's not much stronger than us. If village chief is willing to act, we can definitely capture that person. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the old man. This was the village chief of Novice Village 10021. On the outside, he looked like a dying old man, but in reality, only Zhu Daming and the others knew that this was the true expert of Novice Village 10021. The village chief slowly said, "From what I've seen, the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master has already reached the stage of full strength. At the very least, his cultivation has reached the 5th stage of the martial initiation realm. Now that he has the status of Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, his strength is comparable to an expert of the 6th stage of the martial initiation realm. If we don't make preparations and act rashly, there's no guarantee that we can capture him." Speaking to this point, the village chief paused for a bit before continuing. It's easy to let the tiger return to the mountain, but it's difficult to alert the snake. With the bandit's temperament, they will definitely not be satisfied with retreating this time. When they are prepared, there will definitely be a next time. When the time comes, we'll make our preparations and catch them all in one fell swoop. It's too bad that we can't leave the village at will. Otherwise, we would have uprooted the cold mountain stockade. Zhu Daming snorted coldly. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already left the range of Novice Village 10021. As for why he left so decisively, to be honest, it was very simple. Because he couldn't win. He had used almost all of his strength in that brief exchange of blows. From Qin Shujian's point of view, the person who appeared first and the two who appeared later were at least experts of the 5th stage of the basic martial realm or even the 6th stage of the basic martial realm. If he had to deal with one or two of them, he still had the confidence to win. However, if he had to deal with 3 of them, Qin Shujian would have no way to deal with them. Not to mention, there might be other experts in the novice village. In that case, if he continued to fight, other than putting himself in danger, there wouldn't be any other benefits. There are at least 3 experts of the 5th stage of the basic martial realm. There might even be experts of the 6th stage of the basic martial realm or even more. It won't be easy to deal with this novice village 10021. After this round of probing, Qin Shujian had a rough idea of the situation. With Cold Mountain Stockade's current strength, if they were to go against novice village 10021, the probability of their destruction would be even higher. However, after thinking about it, Qin Shujian felt that it was reasonable. After all, the novice village was the first barrier for players after they entered the game. It was also the most important barrier. It was a place to protect players from developing steadily. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, the strength of each novice village might be different. For example, in Cold Mountain Stockade, his strength was the strongest. Therefore, the new novice village's strength would be based on his original foundation. It just so happened that Cold Mountain Stockade wouldn't be able to deal with the novice village. However, this was only Qin Shujian's personal guess. Whether this was the case or not, he still needed time to verify it. Right now, the most important thing for him was to deal with the threat of the players. According to Qin Shujian's original plan, he would first go and test the strength of the beginner village. If the beginner village's strength wasn't strong enough, then he would go back and bring a large group of Liang Mountains bandits over and completely annihilate them. Without the novice village, the players would be rootless duckweeds. At that time, they would naturally be at his mercy. However, after this round of probing, the novice village's strength was too strong. Cold Mountain Stockade alone wouldn't be able to deal with it for the time being. Therefore, Qin Shujian's original plan could only be changed. At this time, he also looked at his own attributes. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Cold Mountain Stockade. Head affiliation, Cold Mountain Stockade Realm, 6th stage of the basic martial realm, inside Cold Mountain Stockade's territory, Realm +1, cultivation method, body forging scripture perfection, power flowing at will, mortal low grade, black tiger saber technique, greater heights, mortal middle grade, life source, 22 equipment, tiger head saber, tiger skin armor set, tiger skin overcoat, tiger skin trousers, tiger skin belt, tiger skin thick boots. His life source went from 8 points at the beginning to 22 points at the moment. Qin Shujian estimated that he had personally killed 13 guards from the novice village. And each guard contributed 1 point of life source. But before he left, he had also casually killed another group of players. Qin Shujian didn't remember exactly how many guards he had killed, but there should be at least 8 or 10 of them. 26 points of life source. Deducting the 13 points from the guards and the 8 points he originally had, the amount of life source he had from the players was only about 1 point. 1 point of life source. Qin Shujian looked at his attribute panel and inwardly calculated. There was definitely more than one player who had died at his hands. But now, he only had 1 more point of life source. Either the players were too weak, or the life source he obtained from killing players was different from the life source he obtained from killing NPCs. However, no matter which one it was, Qin Shujian had now confirmed one important thing. And that was that he could also obtain life source from killing players, even if the amount obtained was not as much as killing NPCs. But one thing to know was that players could be resurrected. This kind of life source could be said to be endless. After knowing this, Qin Shujian's originally gloomy mood was now very good. His original guess about whether or not he could obtain life source from killing players was now finally confirmed. After that, Qin Shujian didn't stop at all and directly returned to Cold Mountain Stockade. Chapter 16. Cold Mountain Village wasn't too far from Novice Village 10021. It didn't take long for Qin Shujian to return to this place. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw a group of people dressed in rags and with yellowish complexions. They looked like refugees. There were men and women, old and young. Some of them looked young and strong, and they were even holding wooden sticks as weapons. At the same time, there were also dozens of bandits in the Cold Mountain stronghold who surrounded these people. The leader was Zhong Tianyu, one of the leaders of Cold Mountain Village. The two sides seemed to be confronting each other. No one dared to act rashly, but the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Seeing Qin Shujian return, Zhong Tianyu immediately went to greet him, as if he had seen his backbone. Village head. What's going on? Looking at the scene, Qin Shujian frowned. Village head. Just as Zhong Tianyu was about to speak, an old man who looked like he was in his 70s among the refugees spoke first. May I ask if you are the owner of this place? How should I address you? Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked towards the source of the voice. The old man was also dressed in rags. His complexion was yellowish and dull, but his eyes weren't as turbid as the old man's. Instead, they were extremely bright. Even though he was in such dire straits, he still had a faint elegance. This was a kind of temperament. A temperament that couldn't be easily changed by external factors. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the other party and said indifferently, I am the village head of Cold Mountain Village. Who are you? This old man, Zheng Fang, greets the village head. The old man, Zheng Fang, first bowed, then said in a deep voice, Today, this old man and the others hope that the village head can take us in and give us food to eat. We are also willing to join Cold Mountain Village and serve the village head. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian immediately received the system's message. There are refugees who want to join Cold Mountain Village. Do you agree? Refugees. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not immediately agree. Instead, he said calmly, If you are willing to join Cold Mountain Stronghold, I will not refuse. However, do you know what kind of place Cold Mountain Stronghold is? Don't worry about that, Stockade Master. Your honorable stockade has a great reputation in the forest. We've heard a lot about it on our way here. Zheng Fang's expression was solemn as he said, We are sincerely begging the chieftain to take us in. We only hope that the chieftain can fulfill our wish. At this point, Zheng Fang stared intently at Qin Shujian, his heart filled with sorrow. Once upon a time, he had already fallen to the point of associating himself with bandits and robbers. But the situation was stronger than the person. In this chaotic era of war, human lives were like grass. Innocent and kind people had no way to survive. Along the way, more than half of the original team of hundreds of people had been lost. If they did not find a place to settle down, Zheng Fang had a premonition. Most likely, it wouldn't be long before all of them died. As Zheng Fang's voice fell, the refugees behind him all looked at Qin Shujian with hopeful eyes. They did not fear the bandits at all. In their eyes, there was no longer any distinction between good and evil. Filling their stomachs and finding a place to stay were the most extravagant wishes they had right now. Qin Shujian looked at the refugees and did not immediately reply. There were about 60 to 70 refugees in front of him. Most of them were thin and malnourished young men. Among them, there were only a dozen or so children and the elderly. Even if the young men were weak from hunger, one could still vaguely see the sturdiness of the farmers. These people were all living forces. With this in mind, Qin Shujian finally lowered his head slowly. Since you are sincere in joining my Cold Mountain stronghold, I will not refuse. But there is one thing I hope you can understand. Once you join my Cold Mountain stronghold, you will forever be a member of my Cold Mountain stronghold. If anyone wants to withdraw midway, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Qin Shujian's eyes were bright and full of expression. An intimidating aura suddenly erupted from his body. It was as if a prostrating black tiger was staring coldly at them. "We understand." Zheng Fang's heart trembled. He immediately bowed. As for the refugees behind him, they all lowered their heads in unison. Many of them still had lingering fear in their eyes. Seeing this, Qin Shujian withdrew his aura and nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, you will be a member of my Cold Mountain stronghold. You agreed to the refugees' request. 63 refugees have joined the Cold Mountain stronghold." 2 messages popped up in a row. When Qin Shujian looked at Zheng Fang again, his attributes had already appeared before his eyes. Name, Zheng Fang. Identity, bandit affiliation, Cold Mountain stronghold realm, 4th level of the basic realm cultivation method, Eternal Spring Arts 4th level, 7 flower leaf palm, perfection, 5 elements 8 trigram steps, perfection. When he saw this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but be startled. 4th level of the basic realm. 3 cultivation methods. One of them was the main cultivation method, while the other 2 were auxiliary cultivation methods. He had never expected that this sallow and emaciated old man in front of him would actually be a hidden expert. But soon, Qin Shujian came to his senses. He looked at Zheng Fang as if he was looking at a delicious cake. He had struck gold. This time, he had really struck gold. One had to know that in such a large Cold Mountain stronghold, there were only 2 bandits, Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu, who were at the 2nd level of the basic realm. Above them was him, the leader of the 6th level of the basic realm. It could be said that the Cold Mountain stronghold's strength was severely lacking. Basically, opponents above the 3rd level of the basic realm would require him, the leader, to personally deal with them. Once he left the Cold Mountain stronghold, the Cold Mountain stronghold would fall into an awkward situation where there was no expert to oversee it. Moreover, even if he wanted to send people out to do things, he didn't have any real experts that he could use. Now that he saw Zheng Fang, Qin Shujian seemed to see the hope of solving these problems. A 4th level of the basic realm delivered himself to his doorstep. This wasn't just a matter of words. He was a rare expert. After all, even the previous leader of the Cold Mountain stronghold, Wu Sheng, was only at the 3rd level of the basic realm without the support of his faction. In terms of true strength, he was even weaker than Zheng Fang. His gaze paused on Zheng Fang for a few seconds before Qin Shujian turned to look at the other refugees. Name, Zhao Shanlin. Status, bandit faction, Cold Mountain stronghold realm, 2nd level of the basic realm cultivation method, Eternal Spring Arts, 2nd level, 7 flower leaf palm, advanced, 5 elements Bagua steps, elementary. Name, Wang Hu. Status, bandit faction, Cold Mountain stronghold realm, 2nd level of the basic realm cultivation method, Eternal Spring Arts, 4th level, 7 flower leaf palm, elementary, 5 elements Bagua steps, elementary, 2nd level of the basic realm. Another 2 experts at the 2nd level of the basic realm. However, after seeing Zheng Fang, a genius in the 4th stage of the new martial realm, and then seeing 2 people in the 2nd stage of the new martial realm, although Qin Shujian was happy, he was not as excited as before. Chapter 17. After looking through the attributes of all the refugees, Qin Shujian found a dozen more people there. These people all majored in the Eternal Spring Art. It was as if they were martial arts of the same origin. However, their realms were all at the 1st stage of the basic realm. Apart from Zhao Shanlin and Wang Hu, there were no other experts above the 2nd stage of the basic realm. However, this was enough. After taking in this group of people, the strength of the entire Cold Mountain stronghold would at least double. As for the hidden dangers of rebellion with so many experts, Qin Shujian sneered inwardly. In his opinion, this was not a problem at all. In the Lulin, strength was respected. He was confident that with his current strength, he would be able to suppress any possible rebellion. After taking in Zheng Fang and the others, Qin Shujian immediately asked Zhong Tianyu and the others to make the necessary arrangements. Moreover, they immediately gave them some food to eat. There was no other way. From Qin Shujian's point of view, many of these newly recruited bandits were already so hungry that they only had a trace of strength left. If he delayed any longer, he would have to worry that these people would die. Once they entered his cold mountain stronghold, they would be part of his cold mountain stronghold. If a group of people starved to death for no reason, it would be a painful matter. After all, Qin Shujian had long wanted to expand the cold mountain stronghold. However, he never had enough manpower. Now that this group of refugees had delivered themselves to his doorstep, it was actually exactly what he wanted. Sometimes, population was the most important productivity. Without enough people, many things could not be carried out. Qin Shujian was not so naive as to think that NPCs who starved to death could be refreshed by the system. In the Zhongyi Hall, after some arrangements, the newly recruited bandits could be considered to have settled down in the cold mountain stronghold. As for Qin Shujian, he immediately summoned Zheng Fang. In his heart, he still valued this expert of the fourth stage of the basic realm very much. This old man greets the stronghold lord. After a simple tidying up, although Zheng Fang's complexion was still yellow, his energy was much better. Please sit. Thank you, stronghold lord. Zheng Fang didn't refuse. After thanking him, he took a seat at the side. Qin Shujian said, I still don't know where Elder Zheng and the others came from. Linchuan Market, 1,000 miles away. 1,000 miles away? Qin Shujian was surprised. Zheng Fang cupped his hands and said, That's right. I won't lie to you, master. The reason why we traveled thousands of miles is to avoid the disaster of war and famine. I would like to hear the details. Qin Shujian's expression was both curious and solemn. Seeing this, Zheng Fang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Allow this old man to slowly explain everything. With Zheng Fang's words, Qin Shujian finally understood most of the background of Zheng Fang and the others. He also understood why Zheng Fang was so strong. Linchuan Town was a small town thousands of miles away. Although it was called a town, it was actually not much bigger than an ordinary village. Zheng Fang was a private school teacher and the owner of a martial arts center in Linchuan Town. However, there were wars everywhere in the Great Zhao Nation. There were disasters of war and man-made disasters everywhere. Coincidentally, there was also a drought and famine. This caused refugees to rise up and the people everywhere were in dire straits. Linchuan Town was already having a hard time surviving in the face of the drought. In the end, it coincidentally encountered a disaster of war. Deserters from unknown places formed a group and burned, killed, and pillaged Linchuan Town to steal food. Although Linchuan Town was a town, it wasn't strong at all. A fourth-stage martial artist like Zheng Fang was completely useless in front of a large number of soldiers. Therefore, Linchuan Town fell. A portion of the people who were unwilling to die gathered together and escaped from Linchuan Town. As Zheng Fang was a private school teacher and the owner of a martial arts center, he had a good reputation in Linchuan Town. Therefore, he was temporarily elected as the leader. However, along the way, there were both young and old in the group, so they moved very slowly. In addition, there was a famine and a disaster of war everywhere. Every place was in war and there was a shortage of food. No one had the ability to take in hundreds of people. Therefore, Zheng Fang and the others could only move and leave the areas affected by the disaster of war first. However, with hundreds of people, the daily consumption of food was a huge problem. In the beginning, they were able to rely on the dry rations they brought with them and barely survive for a few days. Later on, they ate whatever they encountered and drank whatever water they encountered. They ate a lot of grass, roots, and tree bark, but they still couldn't avoid the situation of people starving to death. Now, there were only 60 or so people left in the group of hundreds. If Cold Mountain Village hadn't taken them in, the remaining 60 or so people would have all starved to death in a few days. Because of this, Zheng Fang was now very grateful to Qin Shujian. The other party's decision wasn't as simple as giving him food to eat. It had also saved dozens of lives in Linchuan Town. Qin Shujian also felt some admiration for Zheng Fang. After all, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to escape such a group of people thousands of miles away. Elder Zheng, you can rest assured. Since you're now in Cold Mountain Village, as long as you don't betray us, you won't starve as long as I feed you, Qin Shujian promised. Zheng Fang stood up and bowed. Thank you, master. Then, He took out 3 wrinkled books from his sleeves and handed them over with both hands. These are the cultivation methods that I practiced in the martial arts club. Now, I'm giving them to you as a thank you for taking us in. Well said, well said. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up and he took the 3 books with a smile on his face. When he saw Zheng Fang's attributes, he had the idea of getting the cultivation methods that he learned. Because there were only 5 levels in the body forging scripture, he had reached the end of it. If he wanted to progress further, Qin Shujian had no other solution at the moment. The best way was to find a higher level of his main cultivation method and improve it. Although he did not know what level Zheng Fang's cultivation method was, it was always a good thing to have one more reference. Especially the last 2 cultivation methods, which were obviously offensive methods. Qin Shujian was also very keen on improving one's strength without having to raise one's own level. It was just that what surprised him was that Zheng Fangji would be so tactful. Before he made a request, he took the initiative to deliver the 3 cultivation methods. After delivering the 3 cultivation methods, Zheng Fang said, "I see that the village is a little shabby. Coincidentally, there are many carpenters and masons in my group. If Stockade Master doesn't mind, I can contribute to the stockade and renovate this place." Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on his face became even more obvious. Talents. These were all talents. He did not expect that there would be such skilled people among the newly arrived refugees. Before this, there was only Wang Taizhu, a dabbler carpenter, in the entire Cold Mountain village. Qin Shujian had seen how shabby the village was, but due to the limitations of the environment and the lack of manpower, he had not cared about it for the time being. But now that Zheng Fang had taken the initiative to bring it up, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Chapter 18. After killing 2 more monsters, I should be able to reach the first stage of the martial arts realm. Cao Hong looked at his own attributes. The progress bar for his main cultivation technique was almost full. He had already been in the game for more than a day, yet he hadn't even advanced a single stage. This made him feel that the leveling speed in this game was the slowest out of all the games. However, he was deeply infatuated with the world of this game. Because everything here was so real. Apart from the fact that players could continuously revive, everything here was no different from the real world. This included names. This game didn't have any nicknames. Everyone entered the game with their real names. In other words, whatever you are called in the real world, you are still called in the game. Cao Hong had played many games over the years and had accumulated a wealth of experience. Therefore, after entering the game, the first thing he did was find a martial arts school and become an apprentice. He was confident that in Novice Village 10021, there wouldn't be more than 10 people who could reach the first stage of the martial arts realm faster than him. One had to know. Just the 10021 Novice Village alone had tens of thousands of players. However, the difficulty of this game was indeed high. Because it was so close to the real world, the monsters here were much harder to deal with than the monsters they had fought before. With so many players continuously exploring, they only had a rough understanding of the situation within 10 miles of Novice Village 10021. As for areas further away, there was nothing they could do. Cao Hong crouched down and took out a small dagger from his equipment slot. Then, he started to cut the wild deer in front of him. This game didn't have a one-click collection function. Apart from some equipment that would automatically drop, if one wanted to obtain the materials from these monsters, they had to cut them themselves. Before entering the wilderness, Cao Hong had already prepared a strategy. He knew clearly which parts of the wild deer were valuable and which weren't. After spending a lot of effort, he cut off most of the valuable parts of the wild deer. Without waiting for Cao Hong to continue, the wild deer suddenly disappeared. He knew that it was because the time was up. There was another disadvantage of this game. The spawn time of the monsters was too fast. The system didn't care if you had finished collecting. When the time was up, it wouldn't stop for even a second. But if I take it back and sell it, I should be able to get dozens of copper coins. Looking at the materials in the package, Cao Hong's face showed a satisfied expression. A few dozen copper coins were enough to buy a decent weapon. The iron sword he bought while traveling through the wilderness only cost him 30 copper coins. Standing up, Cao Hong looked at the sky and had some plans in his heart. It's only noon now. Killing 2 more monsters shouldn't be a problem. Looks like I can reach the first stage of the basic realm today. The wilderness at night was even more dangerous. Although players could continuously revive, there was a price to pay for each revival. Cao Hong didn't want to be beaten back to his original state just as he was about to reach the first stage of the basic realm. The iron sword was pulled out and blood splattered everywhere. A wild deer half the height of a man lay on the ground, motionless. Cao Hong's body shook slightly, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. The first stage of the basic martial arts realm. After spending nearly 2 days, he finally crossed the initial threshold and walked in front of the majority of the players. After collecting the spoils of war, Cao Hong planned to return. Although his realm had increased, he still didn't want to act rashly. But just as Cao Hong was about to turn around, his sharp eyes caught sight of a figure. The figure held a large saber and wore tattered clothes. This was a humanoid NPC. Cao Hong immediately reacted. After traveling in the wilderness for so long, he had only encountered wild beasts. This was the first time he had encountered a humanoid NPC. Seeing the weapon in the other party's hand, the other party's expression seemed to be somewhat fierce. If it was half an hour ago, Cao Hong's main thought would be to retreat. But now that his realm had increased to the first stage of the basic realm, his sudden increase in strength filled his heart with confidence. In addition, the humanoid monster in front of him didn't look like a powerful character. A humanoid NPC. If I kill it, it might drop some good stuff. Cao Hong thought to himself. Looking at the humanoid NPC in front of him, he slowly walked over. The other party seemed to have noticed him and immediately rushed toward him with a large saber in hand. Good timing. Cao Hong thought to himself. He immediately got into position and prepared to fight the humanoid monster in front of him. But, without waiting for Cao Hong to show his skills, he saw similar humanoid monsters swarming in from all directions. 1, 2, 10, 20. They were densely packed and in the blink of an eye, they had surrounded him. Cao Hong's face turned ashen. He couldn't even hold the iron sword in his hand steadily. He didn't expect that the one-on-one situation he had originally envisioned would turn into a group fight in the blink of an eye. Cao Hong swallowed his saliva as he looked at the gleaming sabers and the eyes that were glaring at him covetously. Run. That was Cao Hong's first reaction. But he was already surrounded. Before he could run more than a few steps, he was slashed to the ground by a flurry of sabers. The intense pain caused his face to turn pale. Before he could let out a scream, several more large sabers occupied his line of sight. F***CK. Cao Hong only had time for this thought to flash through his mind before his vision fell into darkness. In the blink of an eye, the white light dissipated. Only the iron sword was left. Qin Shujian walked forward. Zhao Shanlin picked up the iron sword at the right time and handed it over. Chief, this is something dropped by the mutants. Millimeter. After receiving the iron sword, Qin Shujian checked its attributes. It was no different from the large sabers of ordinary bandits. Then, he tossed it to a bandit who used a wooden stick as a weapon. Pass down my order. Any mutants who step out of the range of Novice Village 10021 are to be killed without mercy. Yes. Zhao Shanlin immediately accepted the order. Then, he and the other bandits spread out into the wilderness to search. Although he didn't know why Qin Shujian wanted to kill all these mutants, he didn't have the intention to ask. Since he had joined the Cold Mountain stronghold, Zhao Shanlin knew what to ask and what not to ask. Especially in his opinion. These mutants looked similar to them. But in the end, there were still some differences. He couldn't help but think of something Zheng Fang had said before. Those who were not of the same race had different intentions. So, if they were killed, then so be it. After Zhao Shanlin and the others all left, Qin Shujian was the only one left. Seeing the other party's respectful expression from beginning to end, he was quite satisfied. Some things didn't need to be investigated too much. As long as they were obedient and could be used by him, that was enough. Chapter 19. The white light dissipated, revealing Cao Hong's dark face. Thinking about how he was chopped to death, he gnashed his teeth in anger. He couldn't help but check his stats. Cao Hong's face turned even uglier. Mother****. No matter how good his manners were, he still couldn't help but curse. In his realm, it was displayed that he was at Martial Realm Stage 0. Every time he died, he would drop a realm. This kind of loss made Cao Hong's heart ache for the first time. However, he didn't stay angry for long before he saw flashes of white light appear around him. Mother****, those damn Liang Mountain bandit. Mother****. He heard the curses of all kinds of players. I've been chasing chickens and ducks every day. It wasn't easy for me to reach Martial Realm Stage 1. Now it's reset to 0. I don't want to play this stupid game anymore. A player's face was filled with grief and indignation. When the other players heard this, they looked at him with sympathy. At this time, Cao Hong also saw the system's remaining message. You were killed by the bandits of Liang Mountain Stronghold. Liang Mountain Stronghold. Bandits. Combined with the words of the other players, Cao Hong immediately understood. He wasn't the only one who was killed. The other players were also in the same situation. It seems that everyone was killed by the bandits of Liang Mountain Stronghold. We can't just let this go. Since when were we, players, allowed to be trampled on by NPCs? Let's form a team and kill all the bandits of Liang Mountain Stronghold. Suddenly, a player suggested. As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the players immediately chimed in. No matter who it was, this matter would make them feel suffocated. The experience points that they had painstakingly accumulated were all reset to 0 after one resurrection. 2 days of hard work had been wasted. No player could accept this. Even Cao Hong felt a wave of anger in his heart. However, just as he was about to take out his weapon, he discovered another thing that made him feel annoyed. His weapon dropped. Simply put, he was killed by an NPC. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. Let's wait and see. Cao Hong gnashed his teeth. Seeing that there were already players forming teams and walking out of the village, he directly followed them. The fact that players could revive was their greatest advantage. Even though they knew from their interactions with the Liang Mountain bandits that the other party's cultivation level might be higher than theirs, they still had more people. Cao Hong believed that with the number of players, they would be able to crush the bandits to death. On the other side, Qin Shujian looked at the rising life force, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. He couldn't deal with the novice village for now. However, it wasn't impossible to suppress the growth of players. Currently, most of the players had not even stepped into the first stage of the basic realm. Compared to the bandits of the Liang Mountain Stronghold, their strength was much weaker. In addition, although these bandits were not very intelligent, they were still bandits after all. They had experienced fighting and killing, so compared to the newbie players, they still had some advantages. In addition to the fact that the bandits could revive, Qin Shujian was not afraid that the bandits would be exhausted. In the end, Zheng Fang and the others joined the Cold Mountain Stronghold, which greatly increased its strength. Therefore, Qin Shujian decisively sent out most of the bandits to surround the novice village 10021 and kill all the players they encountered. I don't believe that by confining all these players to the novice village, they can achieve anything big. Qin Shujian's lips curled up into a cold smile. The strength of the players was that they could kill monsters to level up, and they could revive continuously. However, without the option of killing monsters to level up, and only having the ability to revive continuously, it would be like a never-ending ATM. Right now, he wanted to go down the path of killing monsters to level up. However, there was a difference. He was going to kill the players like they were monsters. The bandit of the Liang Mountain Stronghold, Sun Xiao has advanced to the second stage of the basic realm due to killing too many mutant. Suddenly, a system message stunned Qin Shujian. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Level up. The other bandits can also level up by killing players. This discovery shocked Qin Shujian, but it was also a pleasant surprise. He had always thought that if the other bandits wanted to increase their strength, They could only train step by step and increase their strength step by step. But now, it was completely different. The other bandits could also level up by killing players. This meant that the bandits of the Liang Mountain stronghold had the possibility of rapid growth. Originally, Qin Shujian had a problem that worried him. His strength was increasing too quickly, and the bandits of the Liang Mountain stronghold couldn't keep up with his speed. But now, this worry was completely gone. Being able to kill players to level up was enough. Qin Shujian rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Originally, I wanted to quickly increase my strength and then directly attack the novice village 10021, completely eliminating the hidden danger of the players here. But now, since the bandits of the Liang Mountain stronghold can kill players to level up, there is no need to rush to attack. It was better to keep farming than to get a large sum of money all at once." However, with bandits leveling up, there would naturally be bandits dying. After becoming the head of the Liang Mountain stronghold, Qin Shujian was in control of all the bandits' movements. No matter if someone leveled up or someone died, he would be able to receive a system message. The bandits that were killed by players needed 3 days to respawn. As long as the Liang Mountain stronghold wasn't breached, these bandits would continue to respawn. But if the Liang Mountain stronghold was breached, these bandits would no longer respawn. The bandit of the Liang Mountain stronghold, Tai Dan, has leveled up to the second stage of the basic realm due to killing too many inhumans. The bandit of the Liang Mountain stronghold, Wu Gaodan, has died. The bandit of the Liang Mountain stronghold, occasionally, a few system messages would pop up, proving the intensity of the battle between the bandits and the players. At this moment, several players came from afar. Qin Shujian just happened to discover them, and they just happened to see Qin Shujian. For a moment, both sides couldn't help but look at each other. But after only 2 seconds, one of the players shouted, "It's the Liang Mountain stronghold master, run." The other players also came to their senses. A day ago, at the entrance of the novice village, when Qin Shujian was fighting with several NPC experts in the village, they were among the spectators. With regards to Qin Shujian's strength, these people had a rough idea. That was, he was definitely not someone they could contend against. While it was true that players could revive, no one was willing to suffer the pain of death for no reason, let alone such a meaningless death. Hence, the instant these people saw Qin Shujian, they turned tail and ran. "You want to run?" Qin Shujian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body suddenly shot forward like an arrow leaving a bow. With a kick in the air, a burst of explosive sounds could be heard. One of the players at the back didn't even have the time to turn his head before he was kicked in the back, turning into a ray of white light and disappearing. The loud sound attracted the attention of the other players. They couldn't help but turn their heads. They just happened to see the scene of Qin Shujian kicking a player to death, causing their souls to leave their bodies. F***CK. Chapter 20. How could they fight? There was no way to fight. The strength of the two sides were not even on the same level. When the players came back to their senses, they wanted to escape, but they couldn't get very far. Soon, they all followed in the footsteps of the first player. Only 2 iron swords were left on the ground, all alone. After killing these players, Qin Shujian's face didn't turn red, and he wasn't out of breath. With his current 6th stage of the new martial realm, it was too easy to deal with these players who hadn't even reached the 1st stage of the new martial realm. Picking up the 2 iron swords, Qin Shujian continued to search for other players. This slaughter didn't stop until nightfall. Cold Mountain Stronghold, Loyalty Hall. The newly joined Zheng Fang's group, as well as Wang Tizhu's group, were all gathered here. "How are the casualties this time?" Qin Shujian asked. The others looked at each other. In the end, Zheng Fang opened his mouth and said, reporting to Stronghold Master, "This time, a total of 32 people from our Cold Mountain Stronghold died at the hands of the players." "Then what about the brothers who advanced?" 17 of them advanced to the 2nd stage of the new martial realm, and 2 advanced to the 3rd stage. Zheng Fang answered truthfully. Qin Shujian also knew who the 2 who advanced to the 3rd stage of the new martial realm were. One was Wang Tizhu, and the other was Zhong Tianyu. The two of them were originally the leaders of the Cold Mountain stronghold, so their strength wasn't weak. Now that they had killed a large number of players, it was reasonable for them to advance to the third stage of the new martial realm. However, there was too much information in the system, so Qin Shujian didn't bother to look at it one by one. He simply waited for the matter to come to an end before putting all the information together. Cold Mountain Stronghold originally had 70 bandits. Adding in the refugees, the number of bandits had increased to 133. This time, they had lost 32 people. This meant that before these people respawned, Cold Mountain Stronghold would only have 101 bandits left. However, of the remaining 101 bandits, a quarter of them were at the second stage of the new martial realm. Thus, Cold Mountain Stronghold's strength didn't decrease. Instead, it increased a lot. However, there were also some hidden dangers. Without waiting for Qin Shujian to think too much, Zheng Fang spoke again. Master, there are too many inhumans. Compared to our men, the difference between the two is tens of times. Furthermore, mutants revive too quickly. We've already met the same mutant 3 times today. Although there is a certain gap between every stage below the 5th stage of the basic realm, it's not to the point where it's impossible to cross. A few mutants would be able to kill a person in the 1st stage of the basic realm. 20 to 30 mutants would be able to kill a person in the 2nd stage of the basic realm. If this matter is not handled properly, I'm afraid there will be huge trouble. With Zheng Fang's eyesight, he could also see the threat of the inhumans. Cold Mountain Stronghold couldn't compare to their huge numbers and their fast resurrection rate. However, your subordinate did discover something. That is, the strength of the resurrected mutants would weaken a little, as if their realm had dropped. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian fell silent. Zheng Fang's words also made him realize that his original assumption was too naive. Cold Mountain Stronghold's bandits were indeed stronger than normal players. However, no matter how strong they were still many times weaker than players. A bandit needed 3 days to respawn, but players didn't need such a long time to revive. As long as players didn't fear death and used their lives to kill the Cold Mountain Stronghold's bandits, sooner or later, they would be able to kill them all. When that time came, before the dead bandits could respawn, an uncountable number of players would rush to the foot of Cold Mountain. Even if Qin Shujian was naturally strong, facing thousands of players, he didn't think he would be able to resist. Originally, he wanted to raise the players in Novice Village 10021 and use them as experience bags to level up. However, only now did he realize how dangerous his plan was. As for the other party's last words, he more or less understood. Players didn't have a price to pay for reviving. It should be the same as the bandits dying and respawning. Every time they respawned, they would drop a realm. I already know about this matter. Since Elder Zheng was originally a dojo master and a private tutor, why don't you work in my Cold Mountain Stronghold and teach our brothers? Qin Shujian changed the topic and his gaze fell on Zheng Fang. If Elder Zheng is willing, I can also create a military advisor position in the stronghold. Elder Zheng will be my Cold Mountain Stronghold's military advisor in the future. Your position will temporarily be the same as the chieftain. He already had this idea from the beginning. Now that he saw Zheng Fang, he officially brought it up. After all the bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold only knew one body tempering scripture. Their strength was too limited. Zheng Fang obviously had other martial arts in his hands. If he imparted it to the other bandits, it could also indirectly increase their strength. There was also another matter. From Qin Shujian's point of view, learning more things and being able to read a few words was also good. Although he didn't think that with the intelligence of Cold Mountain Stronghold's ordinary bandits, they would be able to learn anything, there wouldn't be any negative effects. What Qin Shujian really wanted to nurture were ordinary bandits like Wang Taizhu and Zhong Tianyu. Cold Mountain was so big. If he had to do everything by himself, it would be too tiring. Properly nurturing some talents was also a plan for the future. Faced with Qin Shujian's suggestion, Zheng Fang didn't refuse. Instead, he stood up and said with a grateful expression, "This old man will listen to all of Stronghold Master's orders." You guys can leave for now. I need to be alone. After making a simple announcement, Qin Shujian directly drove them out. Hearing this, Zheng Fang and the others all stood up and left. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shujian was the only one left in the loyalty hall. He admired Zheng Fang very much. Whether it was his background or his strength, he was second only to him in Cold Mountain Stronghold. Such a talent naturally wouldn't be buried so easily. However, Zheng Fang had just joined Cold Mountain Stronghold not long ago. Qin Shujian couldn't directly give him too much power. If he said that the military advisor position was equivalent to the chieftain position, then it was equivalent to the chieftain position. If he wanted to say that he was above the chieftain position, it would only take a single sentence from him. Before Qin Shujian took over as Cold Mountain Stronghold's Stronghold Master, Cold Mountain Stronghold only had two positions, Stronghold Master and Chieftain. Now, Qin Shujian didn't plan to make too many changes. He would take things one step at a time and eat one mouthful at a time. He would first solve the problem of the players, then slowly deal with other matters. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also checked today's harvest. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, 6th stage of the basic realm, inside Cold Mountain Stronghold's territory, Realm +1, Cultivation Method, Body Tempering Scripture Perfection, plus, Mortal Rank Low Grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, plus, Greater Heights, Mortal Rank Middle Grade, Life Source, 267 Equipment, Grade 9 Tiger Head Saber, Grade 9 Tiger Skin Set, Tiger Skin Coat, Tiger Skin Trousers, Tiger Skin Belt, Tiger Skin Thick Boots. His life source directly increased from 22 to 267, an increase of more than 200 points. This leap made Qin Shujian involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he felt that the players were actually able to contribute so much life source. And this was only after half a day's harvest. Soon after, Qin Shujian also discovered something that made him astonished. That was, behind the body tempering scripture that should have been perfection, there was actually a plus sign. Chapter 21. Other than the body forging scripture, there was also a plus sign behind the Black Tiger Saber technique. The Black Tiger Saber technique at the peak of perfection already had great power. If it went up another level, Qin Shujian believed that it would definitely lead to another transformation. However, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the body forging scripture. As his main cultivation method, the body forging scripture was currently his main method to increase his strength. Previously, when he improved the Black Tiger Saber technique, it was also because the body forging scripture could not be improved. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shujian took out the 3 cultivation methods that Zheng Fang had given him. Then, without hesitation, he opened the 3 cultivation methods one by one. You have learned the mortal level low-grade Eternal Spring Art. You have learned the mortal level low-grade 7-flower leaf palm. You have learned the mortal level low-grade 5 elements 8 trigram step. 3 notifications, and 3 books disappeared. In Qin Shujian's attributes, there were 3 new cultivation methods. The Eternal Spring Art was no different from the body forging scripture. The highest level was only the 5th level. With the cultivation of the Eternal Spring Art, Qin Shujian found that there were some subtle changes in his body. The quality of his body had become more active. Although there was no breakthrough in the realm, he was sure that his strength was stronger than before. Overlay. Qin Shujian immediately understood what was going on. This was obviously the effect of the Eternal Spring Art and the body forging scripture. However, the Eternal Spring Art was still at the 1st level. The effect was not great, so there was not much transformation after the overlay. As for the other 2 cultivation methods, they did not cause much of a change. There was only an additional palm technique in his mind called the 7-flower leaf palm, as well as the 5 elements 8 trigram steps, and the chi circulation method of the 2 cultivation methods. Now that he had more than 200 points of vitality in his hand, there was a plus sign behind any of the cultivation methods. However, Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment before he made a decision. I want to see what kind of changes the body forging scripture can produce after it is completed. While he was thinking, His mind finally fell on the plus sign behind the body forging scripture. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his life force instantly decreased by 200 points. Qin Shujian only felt a buzzing sound in his mind. Then, the original 5 levels of the body tempering sutra underwent a miraculous change. Immediately after, the blood in his body started to boil. Boom! His blood was boiling. His originally calm blood was now like a surging river, surging violently within his body. The skin on the surface of his body also turned red. An indescribable pain made Qin Shujian's face turn pale. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. The only difference was, the sweat that seeped out had a light red tinge to it. At first glance, it looked like blood. A full quarter of an hour passed. Only then did the feeling slowly fade away. Half. Qin Shujian gasped for breath and collapsed on his seat like a drowning man who had just been rescued. A moment later, only then did he shout, "Men!" Not long after, a bandit walked in. Qin Shujian ordered, "Get a bucket of hot water and send it to my room." Yes. After carefully washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Qin Shujian seemed to have been reborn. Especially the blood that used to be like stagnant water. Now, it was like a river that had broken through a dam, flowing non-stop within his body. Faintly, one could even hear the sound of hua hua. Name, Qin Shujian. Identity, Cold Mountain Stronghold Leader. Affiliation, 7th level of the Martial Initiation Realm, within the Cold Mountain Stronghold Sphere of Influence, Realm +1, Cultivation Technique, Unknown Cultivation Technique. 6th level, Strength at Will, Peak of Qi and Blood, Mortal level Middle Grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Greater Heights, Mortal level Middle Grade, Eternal Spring Arts 1st level, plus, total of 5 levels, Mortal level Low Grade, 7 Leaf. Piercing Flower Palm, plus, Mortal level Low Grade, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, plus, Mortal level Low Grade, Life Force, 67, Equipment Omitted, 7th level of the Martial Initiation Realm, Peak of Qi and Blood. Qin Shujian couldn't help but feel shocked as he looked at his own attributes. The body tempering scripture had become the 6th level of the Unknown Cultivation Technique. There was even an additional effect of Peak of Qi and Blood. At the same time, he also noticed a few additional system messages. You've broken the shackles of the body tempering scripture and successfully deduced it into an unknown cultivation technique. You can name this cultivation technique. Your cultivation has advanced to the 6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm. After cleansing your blood, you've obtained the special effect of Peak of Qi and Blood. You'll possess strength that far surpasses that of ordinary people. At this point, Qin Shujian finally understood what was going on. The so-called Peak of Qi and Blood was an effect that could only be obtained when one broke through to the 6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm. Soon, he thought of another problem. When I received the Force Enhancement, I was already at the 6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm. However, I didn't obtain the Peak of Qi and Blood effect. Moreover, the 6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm only increased my strength by a small amount. It didn't have this kind of transformative effect. In other words, the Force Enhancement's increase in realm is only a simple increase in realm. It only increases the strength of that realm. As for the transformative effect of this realm, it's not something the Force Enhancement's effect can give. Qin Shujian now had a deeper understanding of the Force Enhancement's realm. This kind of Force Enhancement was only a simple increase in realm. It couldn't actually transform. If one had to forcefully divide it, the 6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm and the current 7th level of the Martial Initiation Realm could only be considered as a kind of pseudo-6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm or pseudo-7th level of the Martial Initiation Realm. This way, things would be much simpler. After his true realm increased to the 6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm, Qin Shujian felt that his blood had undergone a huge transformation. It indirectly increased the quality of his body in all aspects. Even without the Force Enhancement's effect, his strength was much stronger than when he was at the pseudo-6th level. In other words, a pseudo-6th level of the Martial Initiation Realm could suppress an expert at the 5th level of the Martial Initiation Realm. However, once he faced a true 6th level of the martial initiation realm, there was a high probability that he would be beaten up. Just like that, Qin Shujian's understanding of this game increased by a bit. The 3 NPCs from the novice village should all be at the 5th level of the martial initiation realm. With my current strength, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to beat them 1-on-3. However, no one can guarantee that there won't be stronger experts in the novice village. Right now, the most important thing is to increase my strength a bit more. Only then will it be safer. Thinking to there, Qin Shujian looked at the remaining 6 to 7 points of life and then looked at the plus sign behind the remaining cultivation methods. He immediately made up his mind and directly tapped on it. Add. If he didn't use the life force, it wouldn't increase in value even if he kept it. He might as well add it all and try his best to transform it into his own strength. Then, he saw the life force decrease like water. Chapter 22. In Novice Village 10021. Currently, a large majority of the players were gathered here. The large number of players gathered here almost filled up the small village. Mother *K, is there something wrong with these bandits' brains? If this goes on, our players from Novice Village 10021 will be at the bottom of the other novice villages. In a temporary meeting room, Cao Hong roared in exasperation. Right now, he was really furious. In less than 3 days, he had been killed by the bandits 7 or 8 times. His cultivation progress was forever stuck at Martial Realm Stage 0. Cao Hong could not figure out where the problem was. Those bandits were like vengeful spirits. As soon as he stepped out of the novice village, he would be surrounded and killed. He, who was at Martial Realm Stage 0, would not even be a match for a single bandit. The other players present also had ugly expressions on their faces. Right now, the players in Novice Village 10021 are all restricted to within 2 miles of the novice village. With so many of us and such a small area, there simply isn't enough resources to share. Lu Shoujia said in a deep voice. There was a time interval between the spawning of monsters. There were thousands of players in Novice Village 10021. With such a small area and limited resources, there wasn't even enough for one person to share one monster. Moreover, at this point, Lu Shoujia changed the topic. I don't know if you've noticed, but these days, some of the bandits seem to have become stronger. Does this mean that when these NPCs kill us players, they can also level up? When these words were said, the other players' expressions changed. If Lu Shoujia hadn't said it, they might not have noticed this. The bandits were already difficult enough to deal with. Just over 100 bandits were enough to make it difficult for them to move. If the bandits could really kill players to level up, then if this continued, they would be trapped in the novice village forever. A burly player said in a deep voice, even if those bandits can level up, what can we do? Everyone here knows the strength of the Liangshan Stronghold Master. Our charge of over 1,000 players was annihilated by a single person. If we don't get rid of Mount Liang's chieftain, then even if we get rid of the other bandits, we still won't be able to escape from this crisis. With the players' fearless nature, they naturally wouldn't be willing to be surrounded and killed. As such, under the leadership of some of the more prestigious players, there were over 1,000 players working together in an attempt to break through the encirclement of the Cold Mountain Stronghold's bandits. Unfortunately, before they could truly show their prowess, they encountered Master Qin Shujian. As for the result, it went without saying. That encirclement was what truly broke the morale of the players. Given our current situation, there are only 2 ways to solve the problem of bandit. One of them said. Hearing this, the other people's gazes also landed on the other party. Many people's gazes became serious. There was no other reason. Because the person in front of me is called Wang Renbin. In the real world, he was a direct descendant of the Wang family in the capital. As for the Wang family, it was a famous aristocratic family in the real world. Not only were their businesses spread all over the country, they even had great power in the government. This time, the opening of the game world attracted the attention of various forces. The Wang clan was one of them. As such, when Wang Renbin opened his mouth, the others remained silent. In terms of status, there weren't many people here who could compare with Wang Renbin. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, Wang Renbin's handsome face revealed a devilish smile. Although the bandits surrounded and killed us players, they didn't force us into a dead end. Although the resources of the monsters within 2 miles are evenly distributed to all the players, it's only a drop in the bucket. However, if these resources are concentrated on a few players, I believe that we can quickly nurture a few high-level players. The reason why the bandits are so powerful is because of the Cold Mountain Stronghold's master. As long as we can nurture players who can contend with the Cold Mountain Stronghold's master, the problem of bandits will naturally be solved. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's expressions changed. They had to admit that Wang Renbin's method was indeed a solution. After all, when it came to leveling up and killing monsters, they didn't think that NPCs could be faster than players. However, young Master Wang's plan is quite good. Are you going to say that all the players we nurture will be from the Wang family? A flirtatious voice sounded, faintly containing a trace of ridicule. Wang Renbin looked in the direction of the voice and saw a graceful female player. Her skin was as white as snow, and her jet-black hair hung down her shoulders. Her bright and beautiful eyes were as moving as pearls, and her cherry-red lips were slightly curved into a soul-stirring smile. Xiaoming, you've misunderstood me. Since we're going to nurture a few players, we'll naturally choose them based on their potential. Wang Renbin wasn't angry at all, and instead smiled as he spoke. Young Master Wang, you should call me by my full name. Not everyone can call me Xiaoming. Zhao Xiaoming didn't seem to appreciate it. Others feared the Wang family, but she didn't need to. The Wang family was powerful, but her Zhao family wouldn't be much weaker. Also, don't forget, if we nurture a few players, we'll lag behind the other players. Even if we solve the problem of the bandits, we'll still be far behind the other players in the novice village. In the early stages of the game, if we lag behind, we'll lag behind. Young Master Wang, don't tell me you're really here to sightsee. Hearing this, Wang Renbin's smile disappeared. If that's the case, then there's only one other method left. Speaking of this, his expression became solemn. Someone in my Wang family has obtained a teleportation talisman somewhere else. As long as we know the coordinates, we can teleport people. As far as I know, apart from us, there are quite a few players in the novice village who have reached the 2nd stage of the martial arts realm. The highest level player has even reached the 4th stage of the martial arts realm. If we can teleport these players over, then the bandits won't be a problem anymore. But, Wang Renbin paused, then said, this teleportation talisman is a one-time consumable item. After the teleportation time expires, all the players who participated in the teleportation will be forcefully teleported back. My Wang clan also expended a huge amount of manpower and resources to obtain this treasure. The bandits aren't my problem alone, so if you want to solve this problem, there's no reason for my Wang family to bear this loss alone. As soon as he said this, even Zhao Xiaoming's expression changed. She didn't expect the Wang family to be able to obtain such a treasure in the early stages of the game. The other players also had different expressions on their faces. Wang Renbin's words were very clear. He wanted all of them to share the cost of the teleportation talisman. One of the players suddenly asked, then according to young Master Wang, what price do we have to pay? I know that the people sitting here are basically the leaders or representatives of the player factions in the novice village 10021. Wang Renbin looked around, then finally extended a finger and said, 1 million. Among the factions that you're from, each faction will give 1 million to my Wang family. Then this matter will be left to my Wang family to solve. Chapter 23. 1 million. There were at least 20 to 30 people here. This meant that the Wang family would take away 20 to 30 million in one go. Although the people here didn't lack money, none of them were fools to take out 1 million so easily. Therefore, when Wang Renbin finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. No one objected, but no one agreed either. Zhao Xiaoming said indifferently, 20 to 30 million for a teleportation talisman. Young Master Wang really knows how to do business. It's worth it. In order to get this teleportation talisman, The Wang family has used tens of thousands of players, not to mention other costs. I think it's worth this price. Wang Renbin smiled faintly. 1 million shouldn't be too much for you. Everyone knows very well what your purpose in entering the game is. If you waste your time here for a mere 1 million, you'll lose more than 1 million over time. Speaking of this, he looked at Zhao Xiaomeng. With the Zhao family's wealth, 1 million is just a drop in the ocean. Xiaomeng, if you can't afford it, I'll just lend it to you. These words made Zhao Xiaomeng's expression change uncertainly. Indeed. Not to mention the Zhao family, even to herself, 1 million was not considered a large sum of money. She simply didn't want Wang Renbin to earn this money. However, just as he said, 1 million wasn't a big problem. If the bandits continued for 2 more days, the loss to her would be more than 1 million. It wasn't just Zhao Xiaomeng. Most of the people here had similar thoughts. After all, they were able to sit here and recruit other players in such a short time and establish a force. They all had powerful backgrounds. Therefore, in the end, they agreed to the other party's conditions. There was no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. Since the Wang family had such a trump card in their hands, it was decided that the other party had sovereignty. Master, now that most of the players have holed up, should we take the next step? Zhong Tianyu looked at Qin Shujian and asked in a deep voice. Although he was still the leader of the Cold Mountain Gang, he was still an expert in the 3rd stage of the basic realm. However, even though his cultivation level had increased, when he stood before Qin Shujian, he felt an even greater pressure than before. Therefore, Zhong Tianyu's reverence for Qin Shujian became even stronger. Hearing this, Qin Shujian rubbed his chin lightly and did not immediately speak. In the span of 3 to 4 days, they had killed a large number of players. Most of the bandits in the Cold Mountain stronghold had advanced to the 2nd stage of the basic realm. However, the number of dead bandits wasn't small either. As time passed, the first batch of dead bandits respawned. However, what shocked Qin Shujian was that among the bandits that spawned, a small number of bandits that should have reached the 2nd stage of the martial realm had fallen to the 1st stage of the martial realm. Those bandits at the 1st stage of the basic martial realm were still at the 1st stage of the basic martial realm. This unforeseen event also made Qin Shujian understand one thing, and that was that although the bandits could respawn after being killed by players, their level would drop by 1. As for why the bandits at the 1st stage of the basic realm did not change, according to his estimation, this should be the lowest level that the bandits could fall to. No matter how low it was, it wouldn't fall. In other words, the bandits who had died at the 2nd stage of the basic realm had all returned to their original levels. The Cold Mountain stronghold currently has 133 people. In the past few days, more than 100 bandits have died at the hands of players. Only 20 or so people are still alive. Among these 20 people, including Zhong Tianyu, 6 of them have reached the 3rd stage of the basic realm. The others are all hovering around the 2nd stage of the basic realm. As for the bandits who died once, most of them have returned to their original levels. This should be about the same. After silently calculating the gains and losses, Qin Shujian had a rough idea of the situation. In just a few days, the Cold Mountain stronghold had gained so many experts. Its strength had already multiplied several times over its original foundation. However, Qin Shujian looked at Zhong Tianyu and frowned. In the past few days, you should have killed quite a few mutants. Why haven't you advanced to the 4th stage of the basic realm? Stronghold Master, you also know that when we kill mutants to advance, we can only kill mutants who are 3 stages lower than us. Right now, none of those mutants are at the 1st stage of the basic realm. How could they advance to the 4th stage of the basic realm? Ah, I almost forgot. Qin Shujian was startled for a moment before his expression returned to normal. You can only advance by killing players who are at least 3 stages lower than you. He didn't know about this at all. Originally, Qin Shujian was curious as to why Zhong Tianyu and the others at the 3rd stage of the basic realm had killed quite a few players, but none of them had advanced to the 4th stage of the basic realm. At first, he thought that it was because the experience gap was too large. But now, it seemed that there was no experience to be gained. However, Qin Shujian had never heard of Zhong Tianyu's words before. But looking at Zhong Tianyu's matter-of-fact expression, he couldn't help but guess. Zhong Tianyu was able to obtain the source of life, and from the current situation, there was no realm restriction. It was completely different from other bandits who killed players to advance. He himself was a bug-like existence. Then, Qin Shujian had another thought. The information that Zhong Tianyu knew, the other bandit NPCs should also know. After all, there was no difference between the two. This meant that even though he was also an NPC, he was still fundamentally different from ordinary NPCs. Other NPCs could only kill players to advance, and they could only obtain experience from players who were at least 3 stages lower than them. They couldn't do anything beyond this range. But Zhong Tianyu himself didn't have this restriction at all. Not only did he obtain the source of life when he killed players, he also obtained the source of life when he killed NPCs. There was also no level restriction. Moreover, Zhong Tianyu and the others seemed to naturally know some things that he himself didn't know. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was once again very worried about whether or not he would be able to respawn if he was killed. It seems that I might not be able to respawn like other NPCs. Then, he looked at Zhong Tianyu and said, "Pass down my orders. All brothers will attack Novice Village 10021 with all their strength tomorrow. Before that, the other brothers will surround the Novice Village. During this period of time, don't let any player escape. But first, don't kill too many inhumans and scare them away. Our brothers will try not to suffer any losses. Tomorrow, another batch of bandits would respawn. This way, they would have more strength and protection to attack the Novice Village." Chapter 24. Name, Qin Shujian Identity, Cold Mountain Stronghold Master Affiliation, Cold Mountain Stronghold Realm, 7th Stage of the Basic Realm, Cold Mountain Strongholds Territory, Realm +1, Cultivation Techniques, Body Tempering Scripture 6th Layer, plus, Power Flowing at Will, Qi and Blood Flourishing, Mortal Middle Grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Greater Heights, Mortal Middle Grade, Eternal Spring Art, plus, Eternal Vitality, Mortal Low Grade, 7-Leaf Flower Piercing Palm, plus, Greater Heights, Mortal Low Grade, Life Source, 503 Equipment, Level 9 Tiger Head Saber, Level 9 Tiger Skin Set, Tiger Skin Coat, Tiger Skin Trousers, Tiger Skin Belt, Tiger Skin Thick Boots. These were Qin Shujian's current stats. In just a few days, countless players had died in the hands of the bandits, causing his life source to increase at every moment. That unknown cultivation technique had been renamed Body Tempering Scripture. Therefore, he had increased the Eternal Spring ART's 5th layer to the Perfection stage, gaining the additional effect of Eternal Vitality. However, his 7-Leaf Piercing Flower Palm was only a symbolic upgrade to the next level. With the Black Tiger Saber technique as an offensive technique, this palm technique was not very useful. However, Qin Shujian had increased the 5-element 8 trigram steps to the Greater Heights stage. Although there was no change in his realm, it was still the same. Only Qin Shujian himself knew how much his strength had increased by combining the Body Tempering Scripture's 6th layer with the Eternal Spring ART's Perfection stage. Now Qin Shujian looked at the 500+ life source on his status panel, as well as the plus sign behind all the martial arts. Without any hesitation, he directly chose the 6th layer of the Body Tempering Scripture. In an instant, his 500+ life source decreased by 300 points. The words Body Tempering Scripture's 6th layer twisted and became Body Tempering Scripture's 7th layer. Boom! At this moment, Qin Shujian suddenly felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body. His skin felt like it was being torn apart. His originally normal skin was now rapidly withering, falling off inch by inch like fallen leaves. Behind the falling dead skin was his normal skin color. This cycle continued for 9 times before the change finally stopped. Now, when he looked at Qin Shujian again, his skin seemed to be made of bronze and indestructible. 7th stage of the basic realm, copper skin. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. When he looked at his status panel, his realm had changed to the 8th stage of the basic realm. As for the Body Tempering Scripture, It had been upgraded from the 6th tier to the 7th tier, and there was an additional copper skin attribute behind it. Copper skin. Qin Shujian pinched the skin on his arm with 2 fingers. Immediately, he felt a soft and tough feeling, as if he had touched some kind of metallic texture. Seeing this, he took out the tiger-headed saber and gently cut his arm. The blade slashed across, and there was a cold sensation. When he took a closer look, there were no changes to his skin. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately made another stroke. What was different from before was that this time, he used his normal strength. The blade slashed across, leaving a shallow white mark. When he used 30% of his strength, there was a slight pain in his arm. Qin Shujian immediately stopped. When he looked at his arm again, there was a faint dark red color. Hiss! What a powerful defense! Qin Shujian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He now knew how powerful the copper skin ability of the 7th tier of the body tempering scripture was. It must be known that the tiger-headed saber was a 9th grade refined weapon. It was much sharper than ordinary sabers and swords. At least until now, Qin Shujian hadn't met anything that the tiger-headed saber couldn't cut. In addition, he was now in the 8th stage of the basic realm, and had a strength of several thousand pounds. Even if he only used 30% of his strength, it was enough to easily suppress an expert of the 5th stage of the basic realm. With such strength, coupled with the 9th grade tiger-headed saber, he could only break through the copper skin defense. This was equal to, even if he stood there motionless, an expert of the 5th stage of the basic realm without a 9th grade weapon would have no chance of breaking through his defense. Only those above the 6th stage of the basic realm could pose a threat to him. Invincible under the 6th stage of the basic realm, such a phrase appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. This wasn't invincibility in a certain sense, but true invincibility. Even if he stood there and let others hack at him, they might not be able to break through his defense. Afterwards, he looked at the remaining 200+ points of life force. Qin Shujian looked at the plus sign behind the Eternal Spring Art. Since it would be a waste to keep it, he directly deduced the complete Eternal Spring Art to another level. Unknown 6th tier of the cultivation technique. Special effect, life extension. His body slightly trembled as a warm current surged through his body. Qin Shujian felt that his body seemed to be a bit younger. He, who was originally in his peak state, seemed to be glowing with surging vitality. There weren't any changes. He still deduced the unknown cultivation technique to the 6th tier and directly used the name of the Eternal Spring Art. Looking at the words life extension, Qin Shujian thought to himself, life extension. It seems that this Eternal Spring Art is more of a cultivation technique for maintaining one's health. I don't know if I can truly achieve eternal youth after deducing it. However, these were all things for later. After deducing the Eternal Spring Art to the 6th tier and cultivating the body tempering scripture to the 7th tier, Qin Shujian felt that his strength had increased to a certain extent. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was quite satisfied. Tomorrow, he would make a move on Novice Village 10021. Whether or not there was a powerful expert hidden within was still an unknown factor. Increasing his strength by a bit meant increasing his chances of victory by a bit. However, from the first time he fought with those 3 NPCs, there was a high probability that there was an expert in Novice Village 10021 that surpassed the 5th tier of the martial arts realm. However, his actual realm was already the 7th tier of the martial arts realm. With the support of his faction, he had risen to the 8th tier of the martial arts realm. Even if it was only a fake 8th tier. However, with the Eternal Spring Art, Qin Shujian was confident that he wouldn't be much weaker than someone of the 8th tier of the martial arts realm. He also didn't believe that a novice village could hide an even more powerful expert. If there really was, then he could only admit defeat. The next day, in the cold mountain stronghold, Qin Shujian stood there. Behind him were 73 strong bandits. Excluding the old, the young, and the bandits that hadn't respawned yet, in front of him was the full strength of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Among the 73 bandits, there was 1 person of the 4th tier of the martial arts realm, 6 of the 3rd tier of the martial arts realm, 17 of the 2nd tier of the martial arts realm, and the rest of the bandits were of the first tier of the martial arts realm. The scene was silent. No one spoke. Only the almost inaudible sound of breathing could be heard. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, the first ray of light sprinkled over Cold Mountain. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said with a calm expression, "Let's go." After saying that, Qin Shujian took the first step forward. Behind him, Zheng Fang, Zhong Tianyu, and the rest of the group immediately followed. Most of the bandits also followed down the mountain. Only a dozen bandits led by Wang Taizhu remained. They stayed behind as a defensive force. Chapter 25. In Novice Village 10021. Now that the bandits were wreaking havoc, the other players could only hunt for chickens and ducks to level up near the Novice Village. However, with such a large number of players, the number of monsters was simply not enough to go around. However, there was no other way. They could only make do. It was better than nothing. All of a sudden, a few players worked together to beat a wild chicken to death. It was the perfect time to collect as many materials as possible. One of the players inadvertently saw the faintly discernible traces in the distance from the corner of his eyes. Seeing this, the player couldn't help but straighten up and look forward. With just one look, his face turned pale. Bandits. What? As soon as he said this, it immediately attracted the attention of the others. There was no other way. Now, Cold Mountain Stronghold and bandits were the nightmare of the players in Novice Village 10021. Almost all of the players had the experience of dying tragically under the butcher's knife. So much so that, now, they were forced by the bandits to the point where they couldn't move an inch. They could only live a miserable life near the Novice Village. Although the players hated the bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold, when they heard the two words bandits, they couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in their hearts. When the other players looked in the direction of that player's line of sight, their faces suddenly changed. That familiar outfit, that densely packed figure. And he had a tall figure and a resolute face. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Not good. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master led the bandits here. They want to attack the Novice Village. Run, run. Those players who saw Qin Shujian's face were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to stay in the same place anymore. Instead, they swarmed in the direction of the Novice Village. There was no other way. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master's name was just too big. If the bandits were to blame for the bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold for these days, then, the one who caused the greatest psychological pressure to the players was Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. These players didn't know the name of Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. They only knew that he was the leader of many bandits in Cold Mountain Stronghold. He was an NPC with terrifying strength. A big boss that was besieged by thousands of players and still killed in a mess. A boss represented a large amount of resources. However, they had to have the ability to kill it first. If they were unable to kill a boss, then it would be a player's nightmare. Now in their eyes, Mount Liang's Fort Master was a nightmare. Seeing the players flee, Qin Shujian did not send anyone to chase after them. Instead, he led a group of bandits to close in on them. In his eyes, the current players weren't enough to pose much of a threat. The real threat lay in the hidden experts in the Novice Village itself. In the meantime, the news of Mount Liang's Stronghold Master leading a group of bandits had already spread throughout the entire Novice Village. It was something that everyone knew. Cold Mountain Stronghold's bandits would never step within 2 li of the Novice Village. In the past few days, as long as there were players being chased by bandits, they would be killed. However, once they entered this area, the bandits who were chasing them would automatically retreat. Therefore, the other players mistakenly thought that the bandits were under some kind of restriction and would not enter this safe zone. But now, the bandits had broken this rule. Moreover, the leader of the group was the Cold Mountain Fort's Fort Master. This made the other players feel that the situation was far from good. Liangshan's Stronghold Master. After hearing the news, Wang Renbin's expression turned grave. Cao Hong, Zhao Xiaomeng, and the other assassins also gathered together. Lu Shoujia said in a deep voice. Liangshan Stronghold Master actually led the bandits this time. I'm afraid that they came with ill intentions. With the strength of the novice village, we might not be able to defend against them. After saying this, he looked at Wang Renbin. Young Master Wang, when do you plan to make your move? Hearing this, the others also looked at Wang Renbin. 1 million was given. Right now, they could only wait for the Wang family to resolve this situation. Wang Renbin's expression turned serious as he said, everyone, don't worry. My Wang family is currently gathering other high-level players. It won't be long before they directly teleport over. Outside the novice village, many village guards gathered. The dojo head instructor Zhong and the other NPCs who had fought with Qin Shujian before also appeared here. Liangshan Stronghold Master, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man looked at the many bandits. In the end, his gaze fell on Qin Shujian as he sternly shouted. Qin Shujian looked at him and said indifferently, "Who are you?" "I am the dojo master of this village, Gong Zhangwu." Gong Zhangwu's voice was powerful and resonant. Then, he coldly stared at Qin Shujian. The Cold Mountain Stronghold has repeatedly harassed our novice village 10021. We have already let bygones be bygones. Now that you have come here with such a large force, do you really think we are made of mud? As he spoke, his body faintly emitted a powerful aura. Faintly, one could even feel the surging qi and blood in his body. This familiar scene immediately caused Qin Shujian to narrow his eyes. 6th stage of the martial initiation realm, qi and blood at the peak. He had already expected that there would be an expert who surpassed the 5th stage of the martial initiation realm in Novice Village 10021. Now that the owner of the dojo had appeared, Qin Shujian was certain of his thoughts. Qi and blood at the peak was the symbol of the 6th stage of the martial initiation realm. However, if it was before, an expert of the 6th stage of the martial initiation realm was worth being wary of. However, for the current him, a 6th stage of the martial initiation realm was not enough. The only thing that Qin Shujian was worried about was that the novice village 10021 didn't only have a 6th stage of the martial initiation realm in front of him. However, things had already come to this point. No matter how many uncertainties there were, Qin Shujian could not retreat. So what if there was a 7th stage of the martial initiation realm? I will definitely kill him without hesitation. Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand. Kill. Behind him, the bandits immediately brandished their machetes and charged toward the novice village. Without needing Gong Zhangwu and the others to say anything, the novice village's guards directly went up to meet them. The originally calm scene suddenly turned into a chaotic battle. Kill. The tiger-headed saber was already in Qin Shujian's hand. At the same time, the earth under his feet exploded. His body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow and slashed toward Gong Zhangwu. He didn't hold back at all in this slash. The strength of the 8th stage of the martial initiation realm burst out in an instant. Combined with the black tiger saber technique at the peak of perfection, the power could be said to be shocking. Boom! The tiger-headed saber directly cut through the air resistance and made a series of explosive sounds. At this moment, in Gong Zhangwu's eyes, Qin Shujian was like a fierce tiger roaring in the forest. That fierce aura was like the cold winter, enough to freeze people's minds. However, Gong Zhangwu was an expert of the 6th stage of the martial initiation realm. Under the rush of the qi and blood, he immediately sobered up. The wrought copper staff in his hand met the attack with a force that could split Mount Hua. Boom! Chapter 26. As soon as the two came into contact, Gong Zhangwu's complexion suddenly changed. A terrifying force came from the tiger-head saber. In an instant, the web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked. His two arms couldn't bear this force, and the bones inside were directly broken. Bang! Gong Zhangwu's knees went soft and he fell heavily to the ground. His two arms were powerless and the copper rod in his hands had already rolled to the side. In his line of sight, the tiger-head blade was still descending. In the end, His pupils were completely occupied by the blade. Rip. Gong Zhangwu's tall body was directly cut in half. Even at the last moment, he didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily and so miserably. The 7th layer of the body tempering scripture, the 6th layer of the eternal spring art. He also received the support of the Cold Mountain stronghold. Although Qin Shujian said that he was at the pseudo-8th layer of the martial realm, even he wasn't 100% sure how strong he was. In the eyes of others, the 6th stage of the basic martial realm was unbeatable, but in his eyes, it was nothing. After killing Gong Zhangwu with one blade, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on sporting instructor Zhong and the others. If the dojo master, Gong Zhangwu, was considered a small boss, then these 5th stage basic martial realm cultivators were considered elite leaders. However, when Qin Shujian's gaze moved, sporting instructor Zhong and the others felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying existence. Their hair stood on end. They also saw the scene from before. Gong Zhangwu's corpse hadn't been refreshed yet and the bloody scene was still there. Especially sporting instructor Zhong. While his heart was filled with grief, he also felt a surge of fear. No one knew better than him how powerful Gong Zhangwu was. The 6th layer of the martial realm, the peak of qi and blood, wasn't just for show. If he really broke through this threshold, a 6th layer of the martial realm would have no problem defeating 3 or 4 5th layer martial artists like him. But in front of the Cold Mountain stronghold's master, Gong Zhangwu couldn't even withstand a single blow. This kind of strength made sporting instructor Zhong and the others feel a chill in their hearts. So when Qin Shujian's gaze fell on them, sporting instructor Zhong immediately panicked. Retreat. Quickly ask the village chief to help. To be able to kill Gong Zhangwu with one blade, this person was at least a 7th layer of the martial realm. Village chief. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the NPC's reactions, this village chief should be the strongest person in beginner village 10021. He had a thought in his mind. When he saw instructor Zhong and the others were Qin Shujian's tigers, and its sporting instructor Zhong's body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. He was forced to a stop by the tiger's roar. Whoosh. The blades SSSS sporting SSSSS martial SBEGs of it, they of the village of its T of businesses. Trying to leave. And was chasing, you're about to enter beginner village 10021. You've started a massacre in beginner village 10021. You've already angered the village's experts. Once you enter beginner village 10021, you'll definitely encounter enemy expert. 2 system notifications appeared at the right time. But Qin Shujian only glanced at them and threw them to the back of his mind. Encounter enemy experts. Since he decided to cover beginner village 10021, he'd have to face them sooner or later. Gong Zhangwu and sporting instructor Zhong were already dead. If he killed Zhu Daming and Li Chunhua, then there wouldn't be any experts above the 5th layer of the martial realm in the beginner village. On the Cold Mountain stronghold side, there was Zheng Fang, who was at the 4th layer of the martial realm, and there were many 3rd layer of the martial realm experts. Among the NPCs in the beginner village, there weren't any that could pose a threat to them. The only thing worth worrying about was the endless stream of players. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent as he watched the players rushing out of the beginner's village in an attempt to stop him. Bandits could respawn after being killed by players. The only price was dropping by 1 layer. He could afford such a loss. Roar. Using the Black Tiger Saber technique at full strength, Qin Shujian had completely transformed into a terrifying tiger that could move unhindered through the forest. When the tiger head saber's sharp saber light burst forth, all the players in its path turned into white light and dissipated. Kill. 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 In the eyes of the players, he was an NPC. But in his eyes, the players were also a source of life. Anyone who tried to stop him had to die. Boom. The sharp saber light converged into a single saber and heavily chopped down. In an instant, white light flashed and everything within 3 feet of Qin Shujian was cleared. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in reality, It happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing Zhu Daming and Li Chunhua take advantage of the gap created by the players to enter the beginner village, Qin Shujian's face turned cold. The next moment, boom! The terrifying saber light slashed out, and in an instant, there was a huge sound of explosion. Zhu Daming felt a fatal threat behind him and instinctively wanted to turn around. Just then, he saw a ferocious tiger leaping into the air and swallowing him whole. The saber light flashed. Blood spurted out. After finishing off Zhu Daming with a single strike, Qin Shujian's momentum did not stop as he charged toward Li Chunhua. Buzz! All of a sudden, a terrifying force surged over and went straight for Qin Shujian's chest, aiming for his lifeline. Qin Shujian's eyes were resolute. His body leaned slightly to the side and avoided the meridian in his chest. The tiger head saber carried a sharp gust of wind and still chopped toward Li Chunhua. No. When Gong Zhangwu, Zhu Daming, and the others died, she had already lost all her courage. Now, facing Qin Shujian's killing move, Li Chunhua actually forgot to block. She could only watch the saber chopping down with a pale face. Swish. The next moment, she had already followed in the footsteps of the previous three. At the same time, a withered palm imprinted on Qin Shujian's shoulder. A terrifying force exploded in an instant and directly shook him back. After taking 3 steps back, Qin Shujian stood still. A sharp pain came from his left shoulder. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. He secretly circulated the power of the Eternal Spring Art and the pain immediately lessened. His gaze also turned to the front, landing on the body of an old man who was on the verge of death. That old man's body looked like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, Qin Shujian felt a vigorous qi and blood power from him. An expert whose strength was far above Gong Zhangwu's. 7th stage of the martial arts realm? Or 8th stage of the martial arts realm? Qin Shujian was not completely sure. However, he knew one thing. The old man in front of him should be the strongest person in Novice Village 10021. He should be the village chief that Instructor Li and the others mentioned. Chapter 27. I didn't expect the new Liang Mountain Stronghold's chief to have reached the copper skin level. With the support of the Liang Mountain Stronghold, you're probably at the 8th stage of the basic realm, Wei Minute said unhurriedly. His words were filled with killing intent. 7th stage of the basic realm, 8th stage of the basic realm. Wei Minute had noticed Qin Shujian the first time he came to Novice Village 10021. However, as the village chief of the Novice Village, Wei Minute could only display his full strength in the Novice Village. Once he left the Novice Village, his strength would be weakened. Therefore, Wei Minute didn't have 100% confidence in defeating Qin Shujian, so he chose to remain silent. However, what he didn't expect was, only a few days had passed and Wei Minute had reached this step. Wei Minute knew that killing inhumans could increase one's level. However, looking at Novice Village 10021, there weren't many players at the first stage of the basic realm. Almost all of them were at the 0th stage of the basic realm. Even if he killed 1,000 or 10,000 players at this level, it wouldn't have any effect on an expert at the 5th stage of the basic realm. Wei Minute could only think of one word to describe Wei Minute talent: monstrous talent. There was another possibility, which was that Wei Minute had been hiding his strength from the beginning. However, no matter what the truth was, it wasn't important to Wei Minute. Since Wei Minute dared to step into Novice Village 10021, he was confident that he wouldn't be able to return. Qin Shujian didn't reply to Wei Min's words. In the next second, he had already disappeared from where he stood. An earth-shattering tiger's roar accompanied by a sharp blade slashing down, causing the air to explode. Kill. Wei Min's heart was cold. A long blade appeared in his hand and he started to fight with Qin Shujian. However, it was only a brief contact. The calm expression on Wei Min's face disappeared, and it turned serious. This was because he felt a terrifying power from the tiger head blade. It was a power that wasn't any weaker than his, a true 8th stage of the basic realm. On the other side, Qin Shujian's expression also turned serious. After the collision, he knew that the village chief wasn't just a simple 7th stage of the basic realm. 8th stage of the basic realm. So what if you are in the 8th stage of the basic realm? Die. Qin Shujian roared in his heart. His body emitted a powerful baleful aura as he executed the 5 elements 8 trigram steps. His hands executed the Black Tiger Saber technique. Immediately, a fierce killing move enveloped Wei Minute. Bang, bang. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was extremely fast, and each blow contained a powerful force. At this time, the novice village was already in a mess. They were very clear that the source of the bandits' calamity was Qin Shujian, the head of Mount Liang stronghold. As long as they killed him, the rest of the bandits wouldn't be a problem. Cao Hong took 2 deep breaths and asked the others, "What should we do now? We can't interfere. Didn't you hear what the village chief said?" Lu Shoujia shook his head and said, "The head of Mount Liang stronghold is a big boss of the 8th stage of the martial realm. You and I aren't even at the 1st stage of the martial realm. If we go up, we'll just be throwing our lives away. 8th stage of the martial realm. The gap is too big. If we can kill this boss, I wonder what kind of items will be dropped." The other players all had different expressions on their faces. A big boss was right in front of them, but they didn't have the ability to kill it. This was the greatest pain in their lives. All of a sudden, a faint blue light appeared in front of them, as if it was a faint light screen. Then, the light screen suddenly dissipated. Behind the light curtain, a group of players in different attire and weapons were revealed. At a rough glance, there were at least 100 of them. "They're here." Wang Renbin revealed a smile and immediately walked toward the group of players. "They're here." When the other players heard this, their expressions were all shocked. They naturally understood what Wang Renbin meant. The group of players that suddenly appeared in front of them, if they guessed correctly, were the reinforcements that they paid a price to invite. "Young master." Among the hundreds of players, the leader stood out and greeted respectfully. Wang Renbin slightly nodded and said, "How strong are the people we brought this time?" "This boss is an expert of the 8th stage of the martial realm." 8th stage of the martial realm. The leader's expression was also shocked. Soon after, he confidently said, "Young master, don't worry. This time, we brought a total of 100 people. Every one of them is at least an advanced player of the 3rd stage of the martial realm. Moreover, in order to complete young master's mission, we used all our strength to cultivate 5 experts of the 4th stage of the martial realm. Together with a complete set of weapons, even a boss of the 8th stage of the martial realm wouldn't be a match for us." Chapter 28. However, Wang Cheng looked at the scene where Wei Minute and Qin Shujian were fighting. He said in a deep voice, "I suggest that we don't act so quickly. The strength of this boss is truly rare. This novice village chief might not be a match for him. If we wait until the village chief dies in the hands of this boss, then we can surround and kill this boss. Then this 10021 beginner village may very well be young masters." As a branch family member, Wang Cheng's status was far inferior to Wang Renbin's. When he saw the scene in front of him, he had a different idea. If he could help Wang Renbin seize a novice village, then it would be a great merit for the entire Wang family. As a branch family member, he would also receive great benefits. Seize a novice village? Wang Renbin's expression suddenly became subtle. Every novice village had a lot of resources. If they could seize a novice village, then it would be a great benefit for any faction. However, players were not allowed to attack the NPCs in the novice village. Moreover, there were many powerful NPCs in the novice village. With the current level of players, they did not have the ability to easily conquer a novice village. In addition, this was only a guess of many players. No one had actually verified whether or not they could seize a novice village and make it part of their faction. Therefore, Wang Renbin did not think about this. Now that he heard Wang Cheng's reminder, he finally reacted. "That's right. Although this was only a guess, if it was true, then it was very important for the Wang family. Players were not allowed to attack the NPCs in the novice village. However, if this Cold Mountain Stronghold Master killed the novice village chief, then they could kill the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. Not only could they obtain a novice village, but they could also obtain a big boss as a reward. No matter how one looked at it, it was killing two birds with one stone. Wang Renbin was now more concerned about whether or not the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master could kill the novice village chief. On the battlefield, Qin Shujian was at his strongest state. The Black Tiger Saber technique was at the peak of perfection. In addition, he was in the 8th stage of the martial realm. When he used this saber technique, it was even more powerful than the creator of this saber technique. Experts at this level were able to see and hear everything in all directions. The sudden appearance of Wang Cheng and the other players had taken him by surprise. However, the players weren't important right now. The most important thing was to get rid of the old man in front of him. That was the most important thing. Tiger descends the mountain. It shocked everyone. Tiger turns back. The muscles on Qin Shujian's arms bulged as he held the saber. His aura changed completely. Every slash of his saber was as terrifying as cutting through the wind and breaking the waves. Facing Qin Shujian's attack, Wei Yimin's expression also became serious. The long sword in his hand emitted a chilling light as it collided with Qin Shujian's attack. Bang! Bang! Every collision caused sparks to fly. Qin Shujian's arms were jolted by the tiger head saber, and he felt a burst of numbness and pain. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of backing down. Body Tempering Scripture 7th layer, 6th level of the Eternal Spring Arts. The combination of the two cultivation techniques had been pushed to the limit. The surging qi and blood in his body circulated endlessly. The surging power surged out of his body and flowed into his arms. The two sabers collided. A strong gust of wind spread out. Wei Yimin's arms trembled slightly. For the first time, he took a step back. In his eyes, there was only shock. His opponent was only at the pseudo-8th stage of the martial initiation realm. Compared to him, a true 8th stage of the martial initiation realm expert, there was a big gap. But now, Wei Yimin, on the other hand, felt immense pressure from Qin Shujian. He almost thought that he was the pseudo-8th stage of the martial initiation realm, and his opponent was the true 8th stage of the martial initiation realm. However, before Wei Yimin could think too much, as soon as he took a step back, Qin Shujian had completely seized the initiative. Saber after saber slashed at Wei Yimin at lightning speed. There was almost no gap left between the places where the saber connected. Wei Yimin had no choice but to raise his saber to meet the attack head-on. Bang! 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 But every time they collided, Wei Yimin's arm would tremble. On the other hand, Qin Shujian's aura would become even stronger. At this moment, Qin Shujian seemed to have completely merged with the Black Tiger Saber technique. The tiger head saber in his hand seemed to have come alive. He was indifferent to everything around him. In his eyes, there was only Wei Yimin. However, Wei Yimin was an 8th stage of the martial initiation realm expert. No matter how strong his attacks were, his opponent was still tenacious. Qin Shujian looked at his life force. His life force had increased from a few dozen points to over 400 points after he and the bandits killed the NPCs and players. Other than the body forging scripture, all the other cultivation techniques had a plus sign behind them. Immediately after, Qin Shujian glanced at the Black Tiger Saber technique and pressed the plus sign with his mind. Roar! A huge shadow of a black tiger suddenly appeared in the air. The earth-shattering roar seemed to shake 100 miles. Anyone who heard the tiger's roar felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying existence. The blood in their body froze. Wei Yimin, who was facing the tiger's roar, seemed to be frozen. It felt like a breath had passed. But it also felt like a long time had passed. When Wei Yimin finally reacted, he saw a terrifying black tiger pouncing at him. In an instant, it turned into a sharp saber light and swallowed him whole. Boom! The ground shook. A long saber mark appeared as if it had been deeply imprinted. Wei Yimin stood still. Then, his body was split into two and fell heavily to the ground. You killed Village Chief Wei Minute of Novice Village 10021. Novice Village 10,021's core token is ownerless. You can go to the center of the village to fight for the token. Qin Shujian looked coldly at Wei Min's corpse. His chest was heaving up and down violently. Core token? Center of the village? However, before he could catch his breath, the other onlookers swarmed at him. Seeing that Wei Minute was killed, Wang Cheng didn't have time to be shocked. He immediately ordered the other players to surround Qin Shujian. Wang Renbin immediately said, "Wang Cheng, have a group of people follow me to the center of the village to fight for the core token. The other group will surround and kill Mount Liang's fort master." When Wei Minute died, he also received a system message. Or rather, at this moment, all the players received the same message. At this moment, countless people were rushing toward the center of the village. The core token. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Hearing this, Wang Cheng understood the importance of this matter. He immediately ordered a group of people to follow Wang Renbin. As for himself, he led the other players to surround and kill the 8th stage Martial Realm boss. Chapter 29. Those who practice the parallel training technique, go up and tank the boss's damage. Give the others a chance to attack. This boss's level is too high. Don't take it head on. Spread the damage evenly. Wang Cheng gave out orders in an orderly manner. Although his words were solemn, his heart was still extremely heavy. A big boss of the 8th stage of the basic realm. Even he had never truly faced it before. With the Wang family's strength, they had to use thousands of players to kill a boss of the 6th stage of the basic realm. However, most of the players who participated in the battle were around the 1st stage of the basic realm. There were only a few who were at the 2nd stage of the basic realm. Their equipment was also very simple. Compared to his current team, they were much weaker. In terms of numbers, there were only 60 to 70 players. However, in terms of quality, they were far superior to most of the current players. 8th stage of the basic realm, it wasn't that they had no chance. Especially since this boss had fought with an NPC of the same level. Its strength must have been severely damaged. This was the main reason why Wang Cheng was so confident. Looking at the players surrounding him, Qin Shujian's face turned cold. Although he didn't know where these people came from, he was sure that they weren't players from the 10021 Novice Village. Because the players of Novice Village 10021 had long since been suppressed by Cold Mountain Stronghold. How could they possibly nurture a player of such a high level? However, facing these players, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he looked around. While he was fighting with Wei Minute, the bandits of the Cold Mountain Stronghold had already slaughtered all the guards and NPCs in the Novice Village. However, under the continuous attacks of the players, the bandits couldn't completely resist, no matter how strong they were. Therefore, when Qin Shujian looked around, he saw a large number of players and a small number of bandits still resisting. However, they were also heavily injured and could be killed at any time. He didn't save these bandits. First, it was very difficult to bring these bandits out of the encirclement of so many players. Second, if they were killed by players, the bandits would respawn. At this time, the players that Wang Cheng had organized gradually formed an encirclement. Go. Following Wang Cheng's command, a dozen or so players with robust physiques stepped forward and launched a frontal assault on Shifeng's team. Even more players circled around to ambush them from the side. However, before their attacks could reach him, Qin Shujian had already moved. Boom! An intimidating aura erupted in an instant, and the shadow of a black tiger suddenly appeared. The tiger's thunderous roar had the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Immediately after. Then, a terrifying blade light burst out. Boom! The saber light was as fast as a clap of thunder as it slashed through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. Before the dozen or so players in front of Shifeng could do anything, the frightening saber light devoured them, turning them into white light and disappearing into thin air. This sudden change not only shocked the other players who were preparing to attack. Even Wang Cheng's face was filled with shock as he cried out in disbelief, "How is this possible?" The dozen or so players were all experts in the third stage of the basic realm. Among them, there were even two who were in the fourth stage of the basic realm. What they practiced was a defensive cultivation technique. They were also the main players in tanking the boss attacks. Even when they surrounded and killed the sixth stage martial realm boss, these players didn't lose many. But now, just one slash. The dozen or so players who could resist the sixth stage martial realm boss attacks were all slaughtered. This kind of loss made Wang Cheng unable to care about the pain in his heart. Just as he was about to give another order, it was already too late. Whoosh! Qin Shujian stepped on the 5 elements 8 trigrams, and the tiger head saber was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, slaughtering the players who had surrounded him and didn't have time to retreat. Even Wei Minute, who was in the 8th stage of the basic realm, wasn't his match. These players, who were at most in the 4th stage of the basic realm, were no different from chickens and dogs in Qin Shujian's eyes. A level 9 refined weapon, coupled with his current strength, was really not much harder than chopping vegetables. In just a short dozen or so seconds, no less than 20 or 30 players died under his blade. After harvesting a batch of lives, Qin Shujian didn't bother to chase after the players who had scattered in all directions. Instead, he walked toward the center of the novice village. Since he had the core token, he naturally wouldn't give it up. The boss in the novice village was killed by him. Now that the players wanted to pick the fruits of his labor, they were dreaming. Quick! Stop him! Wang Cheng, who had reacted, looked at Qin Shujian who was about to leave, and his face instantly paled. The people he had brought over this time were all elites cultivated by the Wang family. Every time they died, they would lose a portion of their strength. If he didn't stall for time and let Wang Renbin obtain the core token, he would definitely be punished. It turned out that the players who had instinctively retreated immediately reacted after hearing Wang Cheng's words and attacked Qin Shujian's back. Feeling the wind behind him, Qin Shujian's face turned cold. "You're courting death." He paused his footsteps, and an arc of saber light exploded from his body, sweeping in all directions with the force of thunder. Boom! Chapter 30. What? Wang Renbin was shocked as he looked at the horrifying figure in the distance. With every step he took, a large number of players would die. Seeing this, he was even more shocked. The Langshan Fort Master, this big boss, had actually appeared here. Without a doubt, Wang Cheng and the others had all died at his hands. They were the elite players that the Wang family had nurtured. If he wasn't a direct descendant of the Wang family, he wouldn't even have the authority to mobilize them. But now, they had all died here. When he saw Qin Shujian walking towards the direction of the core token, Wang Renbin immediately panicked. The loss was irreversible. If he couldn't get the core token now, he would really suffer a double loss. Everyone, please block the path of Mount Liang's Fort Master. As long as I can obtain the core command medallion, the Wang clan will reward you with 1,000 taels of silver taels every time you die. Afterwards, you can find someone from the Wang clan to redeem the reward. I guarantee with my status as a direct descendant of the Wang family that I won't go back on my word. After these words were spoken, the eyes of the players who were originally hesitating instantly turned red. 1,000 for every death. This money was simply too easy to come by. Most of the players here were just ordinary people. Although $1,000 wasn't much, it was a huge temptation to get $1,000 for each death. Considering Wang Renbin's words and the status of the Wang family. In this kind of situation, the probability of him going back on his word wasn't high. Moreover, players could revive after dying. Moreover, everyone here was at level 0 of the basic realm. It could be said that dying was something that didn't cost anything. As a result, the other players immediately moved and rushed towards Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Wang Renbin secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then, He looked at the progress bar again. 6 more minutes. Wang Renbin looked at the densely packed players and Qin Shujian who was slaughtering in the crowd. His heart calmed down a bit. The Langshan Fort Master was at least a dozen meters away from his position. Within this dozen-meter distance, the number of players could be said to be endless. Even if Wang Renbin didn't think that the players here could fight against this big boss, it shouldn't be a problem to stall for 6 minutes. No matter what. He had to get the core token first. As soon as he obtained the token, he immediately retreated. As long as he could leave this place, he didn't believe that Mount Liang's Fort Master could do anything to him. At the very least. With the token in hand, even if he was killed, so what? As long as he didn't drop it, the token would still be his. The current Wang Renbin could only hope that the core token's value was not too low. However, according to his own estimation, the core token was most likely a means to control the novice village. On the other side, Qin Shujian could naturally see the copper token floating in the air, as well as Wang Renbin standing in the circle of light. When he saw the other players rushing towards him, his heart was filled with killing intent. There were no words. His footsteps did not stop at all. Yes. However, the tiger-head saber shot out a sharp saber light. After the black tiger saber technique evolved, Xiao Chen executed it with all his might. A black tiger several meters long appeared in the air, and its roar shook the surrounding 5 kilometers. With every step he took, dozens of players disappeared. As Qin Shujian watched the players rush to their deaths, realization dawned on him. It turned out that he had already become this powerful. In the past, when he heard the word player, his heart would be filled with fear. Now, he was able to treat players like chickens and pottery dogs. Even if there were players who broke through the saber light and attacked Qin Shujian, it didn't cause any changes. The copper skin that came with the 7th stage of the martial realm allowed his defense to reach a terrifying level. With these players who hadn't even reached the 1st stage of the martial realm, unless they had some kind of godly weapon, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. How can we fight like this? We can't break through his defense at all. Seeing this scene, many players cried out in their hearts. The prerequisite for using the human wave tactic to kill the boss was to break through his defense. If they couldn't even break through his defense, then it would be useless no matter how many people there were. Because if they couldn't even break through his defense, they wouldn't even lose any blood. No matter how much they attacked, they would only be scratching an itch. As a large number of players died, the life force that had been depleted increased at an extremely fast rate. Finally, it directly broke through the 700-point mark. This was the first time in Qin Shujian's history that he had so much life force. All the skills, including the body tempering scripture, had a plus sign in front of this 700-point mark. Without hesitation, Qin Shujian directly tapped on the body tempering scripture. Immediately after, he saw his life force decrease like a tide. Immediately after, a sharp pain caused his face to slightly distort. However, it was suppressed by his willpower that had reached its peak. Boom! An even more powerful aura exploded from Qin Shujian's body. Some of the players who were too close to him were caught off guard by this burst of aura and fell back. When the other players saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. This was... He broke through? F***CK. All of the players couldn't help but curse in their hearts. The Langshan camp master, this big boss, was already hard enough to fight. Now that he had broken through, his strength would definitely become even more terrifying. This way, there was no way to fight back. Just as expected. After breaking through, Qin Shujian's strength became even more terrifying. A powerful force surged from his body. The veins on his arms bulged like horned dragons. Slash. With a loud shout, he slashed out with his long blade. Rumble. The blade of the blade emitted a cold light and directly cleared out all the players within 3 feet of Qin Shujian. A terrifying blade mark was left on the ground. This scene scared the other players so much that they froze on the spot. On the other hand, Qin Shujian didn't care about them and continued to charge towards Wang Renbin. The players who were blocking his path all turned into white light and disappeared. Quick, go and stop him. Wang Renbin's face turned green. He hurriedly ordered the Wang family's elite players who were still guarding him. Hearing this, the remaining 10 or so players didn't dare to hesitate and charged towards Qin Shujian. When Wang Renbin saw that there was only a minute left, his heart was filled with anxiety. He didn't expect Qin Shujian's strength to be so tyrannical. Even tens of thousands of players couldn't stop him. Seeing that the time was almost up, Qin Shujian was only 10 meters away from him. Wang Renbin could even faintly feel the sharpness of the blade in his opponent's hand. Finally, when there were only 30 seconds left, a tall figure stood in front of Wang Renbin. That fierce aura made Wang Renbin's heart tremble involuntarily. No. Even though Wang Renbin was unwilling, the blade that compressed the air was already slashing towards him. He didn't block it. He didn't stop it. When Wang Renbin saw that the time was almost up, his vision turned black. His body turned into white light and disappeared. Only a fine steel sword was left behind. Qin Shujian stepped into the circle of light. Suddenly, the system's information appeared. Chapter 31. You are participating in the fight for the Novice Village 10,021's core token. Currently, you are the owner of the token. If you are not killed within the time limit or do not leave the range of the token, you will receive the ownership of the Novice Village 10,021's core token. Below the system's information, there was a countdown. Seeing this, Qin Shujian understood. This was also the reason why the player that was killed by him still did not receive the core token even after standing there for so long. 10 minutes did not seem like a long time. In fact, it was fatal. After all, with so many players fighting for it, who could guarantee that he would be able to survive and stand out among the thousands of players? However, the other players could not do it, but that did not mean that Qin Shujian could not. Looking at the surrounding players who did not dare to move forward, Qin Shujian's expression was cold as he stood with his hands behind his back. The tiger-headed broadsword was stabbed into the ground, half of it buried in the mud. Seeing this, many players showed anger on their faces. Everyone could see that this boss did not put them in his eyes. If it was someone else, these players would have already rushed forward. However, looking at Qin Shujian who was standing in the circle of light, the anger in these players' hearts did not last long. They suddenly felt powerless. They had to fight. They had to be able to win. Even if they could break through the boss's defense, with so many players continuously reviving, they could still kill the boss. However, the master of Mount Liang camp was too strong. Not only was his attack powerful, even his defense was unparalleled. With the current strength of the players, they could not even break through his defense. Wanting to rely on numbers to win against this boss was no doubt a fool's dream. At this moment, many players felt a deep malice from the game. We can't fight anymore. Lu Shoujia took a few deep breaths, feeling powerless. He was not the only one. Even the leaders of the other forces had dark expressions on their faces. They had played so many games. This was the first time they were rubbing their faces against the ground. However, they did not have the ability to resist. Zhao Xiaomeng's expression was gloomy as she sighed. After this, our novice village 10021 will be famous. A novice village that was trampled by the boss. The ones who lost face were all the players in novice village 10021. Let's go. Cao Hong turned around and left. Instead of seeing Qin Shujian's irritating face, it was better to not see it and not feel annoyed. Thinking about how he had died at the hands of the bandits of Mount Liang no less than 10 times, he had an impulse to perish together with Qin Shujian. If they could really perish together, Cao Hong would definitely not hesitate. However, he was very clear about this. If he really rushed up, he would only be pinned to the ground and hammered. After Cao Hong left, the others hesitated for a moment before leaving unwillingly. For a moment, many of the players gathered in the center of the novice village quietly retreated. However, there were even more players who were unwilling to give up standing there. Entering was not an option either. He couldn't retreat either. Time slowly passed. The players didn't dare to make a move, and Qin Shujian wasn't interested in making a move either. The most important thing now was to obtain the core token. 10 minutes was neither short nor long. Soon, the countdown came to an end. You've obtained the core token of Novice Village 10021. You can choose to destroy it or absorb it. Destroy. The core token will be converted into the corresponding life force, and Novice Village 10021 will no longer exist. Absorb. The Mount Liang Stronghold Master Token can absorb the core token of Novice Village 10021. After absorbing, the Mount Liang Stronghold Master Token will be upgraded, and Mount Liang Stronghold will be promoted to a first-class force. When the countdown came to an end, the light blue halo faded away, and the floating copper token fell into Qin Shujian's hands. At the same time, the system's information arrived as expected. When he saw the last two messages, Qin Shujian's heart slightly moved. Logically speaking, life force was the most important thing to him. Although he didn't know how much life force he could obtain by destroying the core token, it shouldn't be too little. After all, it took a lot of effort to conquer Novice Village 10021. However, when he saw the last message, Qin Shujian hesitated. Mount Liang Stronghold promoted to a first-class force. Qin Shujian actually didn't know what a first-class force was. However, he was sure of one thing. If Mount Liang Stronghold promoted to a first-class force, it might be beneficial to the entire Mount Liang Stronghold. One option was obviously to promote individually. The other option was to promote collectively. However, Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment before he made a decision. He didn't forget. The reason he was able to promote his strength so quickly was mostly due to the other bandits killing the players, which provided him with a large amount of life force. Otherwise, if he were to rely on himself, he might not be able to promote to his current level even if he killed for a long time. Moreover, he had to think about it from another perspective. As the Mount Liang Stronghold Master, increasing the strength of Mount Liang Stronghold was also indirectly increasing his own strength. If Mount Liang Stronghold's overall strength became stronger, then it would certainly provide him with more life force in the future. Therefore, this was the main reason Qin Shujian made his decision. Absorb. With a thought. The Mount Liang Stronghold Master token in his arms suddenly flew out and merged with the core token of the Novice Village. Finally, a cyan token floated in front of Qin Shujian. When he grasped the cyan token, the system's information refreshed. You've absorbed the core token of Novice Village 10021. The Mount Liang Stronghold Master token in your hand has transformed. Because of your identity as the Mount Liang Stronghold Master, Mount Liang Stronghold has been promoted to a first-class force. First-class force, all bandits' realms have increased by 2 levels, cannot exceed the 6th level of the basic realm. Mount Liang Stronghold's influence has increased. As the Mount Liang Stronghold Master, your realm has been promoted. Because you're already at the 8th level of the basic realm, your realm promotion has failed. You've received an extra 500 life force. When he saw this information, Qin Shujian's face revealed a carefree smile. He never expected that Mount Liang Stronghold would receive so many benefits after becoming a first-class force. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that all bandits' realms had increased by 2 levels was enough to increase the overall strength of Mount Liang Stronghold by several folds. At the same time, because the core token has been absorbed by the Mount Liang Stronghold Master, Novice Village 10021 no longer exists. The original players of Novice Village 10021 will be assigned immediately. During the assignment period, players will be forced to go offline. Countdown. 5 seconds. When the other players' core tokens were absorbed, their expressions changed drastically. The system's information was completely unexpected. F***ck, many players directly cursed. But before they could say anything, they turned into white light and disappeared on the spot. They had been forced to go offline. Chapter 32. In a luxuriously decorated room. The gaming pod slowly opened. Cao Hong sat up and patted his head a few times to clear his head. Then, he came out of the gaming pod. When he thought of the last system message, his face turned ugly. What's going on? They were wiped out by a boss. When he thought of this, Cao Hong couldn't help but complain. While Qin Shujian was absorbing the core token, he was already preparing to leave Novice Village 10021, this troublesome place. The bandits of Mount Lianggang were powerful. If he couldn't afford to offend them, he could at least hide. However, before he could make the next move, he received a system message and was forced to go offline. When he thought of Qin Shujian's terrifying strength, Cao Hong sighed again. He walked to the computer. Then, he opened the forum to browse. The game had been open for a long time. He believed that many high-level players should have found some strategies. After the bandit disaster, Cao Hong knew that he couldn't look at the game with the same eyes as before. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win every battle. When Cao Hong opened the forum interface, a huge title was placed on the front page of the forum. Shocking boss destroyed the Novice Village. Tens of thousands of players were helpless. When he saw this title, Cao Hong had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when he clicked on this post, there was a video waiting to be played. The video's cover was the cold face of the Mount Lianggang's master. He clicked to play the video. Then, the scene suddenly changed. Half an hour passed. Cao Hong finished watching the video with a gloomy face. From the time the bandits attacked the Novice Village 10021 to the time Qin Shujian stood in the circle of light, no player dared to get close to him. The entire process had been recorded. As for the recording ability, it was a support function that every player had. However, what Cao Hong didn't expect was who had recorded this incident and posted it on the forum. As a result, it was hard for them not to lose face. After Cao Hong finished watching the video, he wanted to close the post. But when he saw the 999 plus comments, he clicked on it. Then, there was a series of comments. 20 minutes passed. Cao Hong closed the comment section with a dark face. He knew that the comments wouldn't be anything good. But he still clicked on it. The facts proved that his previous understanding was not wrong. However, judging from the comments, none of the other players had ever encountered a big boss like the Cold Mountain Fort Master. A small number of players sympathized with the destruction of Novice Village 10021. Of course, most of them were complaining. Cold Mountain Stronghold Master. We've formed a grudge. Don't let me find an opportunity. Cao Hong suppressed the anger in his heart. The growth of players was always much faster than that of NPCs. Even though the current Mount Liang's Fort Master was so powerful that he could be said to be invincible, it didn't mean that he would be able to do so in the future. By the time all the players had leveled up, Cao Hong was already prepared to clear Cold Mountain Stronghold. Cold Mountain Stronghold. At this moment, his appearance had changed greatly. After reaching the third stage of the basic realm, the intelligence of these bandits rose from their original low to the level of a normal person. And this was also what Qin Shujian was most satisfied with. Originally, although the bandits were obedient, most of them were low in intelligence and were easily killed by the players. Before Zheng Fang and the others came, he couldn't even find a few bandits to communicate with normally. But now that Cold Mountain Stronghold had become a first-class faction, these bandits that Qin Shujian had been worried about were finally acting like humans. Besides that, the simple and crude buildings of the stronghold had completely changed. After the work of professional carpenters and masons, even if they were still using local materials, the renovated stronghold had a bit more of its original grandeur. In the Hall of Loyalty. After the renovation, the Hall of Loyalty had expanded a lot. Even the decorations were not as simple as before. Qin Shujian sat at the head of the table. Below him were Zheng Fang, Zhong Tianyu, and the other bandit leaders. This time, we were able to conquer the player village and raise the mountain stronghold to a first-grade faction. All of you have contributed greatly. I am also very gratified. Qin Shujian had a smile on his face as he looked at everyone in the loyalty hall. Zheng Fang cupped his hands and said, "Thanks to Master's strength, We were able to secure victory in one fell swoop. We don't dare to take credit for ourselves. The military advisor is right. Everything is thanks to Master's wisdom. Zhong Tianyu and the others hurriedly agreed. If I say you've done well, you've done well. Qin Shujian raised his hand and gestured slightly. The scene immediately fell silent. Then, his gaze fell on Zheng Fang. This newly promoted military advisor was originally a 4th stage of the basic realm expert. However, after being surrounded and killed by many players, his realm dropped to the 3rd stage of the basic realm. However, after Cold Mountain Stronghold was promoted to a first-class faction, his strength did not decrease. Instead, it increased, and he became a 5th stage expert in one fell swoop. Even Zhong Tianyu, Wang Taizhu, and the other original bandits, as well as Zhao Shanlin, Wang Hu, and the others who came with Zheng Fang, all increased their realms to the 4th stage of the basic realm. Apart from that, there were also 3 other bandits who reached the 4th stage of the basic realm. Right now, they were all sitting there. Feeling Qin Shujian's gaze, Zheng Fang also felt a great amount of pressure. I intend to create 3 positions under the Fort Master position: Elite Leader, Big Leader, and Leader. Qin Shujian looked at everyone and slowly said, this time, the military advisor contributed a lot in conquering the player village. Therefore, today, I will promote him to the same position as the Elite Leader. After saying this, Zheng Fang's body slightly shook. He immediately stood up and said solemnly, rest assured, Master. I will do my best until I die. Millimeter. Qin Shujian slightly nodded. Then, he looked at Zhong Tianyu and the others and said, Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu have been with me for a long time. You've always worked hard and made great contributions. Today, I will promote you to Elite Leader. Thank you, Master. Zhong Tianyu and Wang Taizhu were overjoyed. They hurriedly stood up and replied. Zhao Shanlin, Wang Hu, Chen Danyu, Fu Gang. When he said the name Fu Gang, Qin Shujian couldn't help but pause for a moment. There was no other way. In this bandit lair where Tianyu, and Gaodan ran amok, there was suddenly such a normal name that he couldn't help but pay attention to. However, he only paused for a moment before continuing. Fu Gang, Sun Erju, and the other 4 will be promoted to leaders. Thank you, Master. Zhao Shanlin and Wang Hu, as well as the 3 bandits who had just reached the 4th stage of the basic realm, all responded in unison. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.